Good morning, everybody. This is Preeti on behalf of Linux for Informatics Private Limited. Today, we all are here for the workshop, which is for GCP, Google Cloud Platform, which will be delivered by the world record holder, Mr. Vimal Daga. This workshop is going to be for 2 days, that is today and tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, 22nd of August 2020 and 23rd of August 2020. The timings for this workshop would be 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. IST Standard Time. It's a 4-hour workshop. It's going to be a complete practical workshop. The process and everything would be very soon being taken over by Vimal Daga, sir. So we had to close this workshop almost 3 days ago for the registrations because of the overwhelming response which we had. And fortunately, we have participants from across the globe, right from UK, US, Nigeria, Africa, Europe, India. Definitely, this workshop was meant for them. So we have participants from across the globe. It's our pleasure. We are blessed to have participants and we can deliver to that level. Yes, the complete program would be mentored and delivered by none other than the world record holder, Mr. Vimal Daga himself. He's a senior principal IT consultant for top major companies across the globe. He's been very popular in the industry for the complete cloud computing, including all the domains of cloud, right, from all the services and everything. So I would not take much of your time and let's just proceed ahead. We do have respective WhatsApp groups to help you in case if you're not a part of it, we will soon guide you with that as well. Over and above, we do have a process which we take care of while doing this workshop every time. I want you all to be very clear with the same. So first is obviously attending the workshop is mandatory for getting the participation certificate for this workshop. Along with that, at the end of the workshop, there'll be a task given to you by Vimal Daga sir. You have to complete the task, which indicates that you effectively attended the workshop. Once you complete the task and submit the task to us, you are eligible for the participation certificate from Linux for Informatics. I again repeat, you need to attend both the sessions, both the days effectively for 4 hours. There'll be a process that you have attended, which we will declare at the end of the session respectively. You have to fulfill that formality. And at the end as well, we'll be giving you a task which needs to be submitted, which makes you eligible for the certificate from Linux for Informatics Private Limited. Thanks, everybody. Over to you, Vimal Daga, sir. He'll be taking over the complete workshop. I hope everybody of you all are very excited for the same. Thank you.
All right, guys. This is Vimal. I just want to welcome you guys. And first of all, guys, this is a pure workshop on the GCP. There's a Google platform, right, for the cloud computing, right? And even though it is a workshop, but I have a great plan, right? Right, multiple. You can think if you guys have gone through any of the cloud training program, most of the some core or advanced concepts we are going to discuss in this particular training. Again, it is not training, it is a workshop, but when I start this particular program, you will feel it is go in that particular depth that it look like it is actually kind of real Google cloud computing training, right? So this is one small thing. Okay. Second thing, before I go ahead, it is always good to know about the instructor. Okay, but this means about me, to give you a confidence. I believe most of the participant over here is all is do part or is might be associated with me in some way. They might attend some of my other program, but maybe some of the candidate might be new in this program. So if you I don't want to invest much time on my introduction, but if you want to know about me, if you search my name Vimal Daga in the Google, You will find tons of about me, my some of my talk, my TEDx speak, and right, plus some of my further, you know, my maybe LinkedIn profile, maybe, right. So I believe, sorry, I worked in almost all the technological area. Cloud is one of my core area, but almost every um, uh, technology that is exist in this planet, from big data to cloud to machine learning to DevOps to IoT, augmented reality, quantum computing, and almost all the technology. I worked a lot, almost with all the big firm in the world, right. So this is one, or almost every big global certificate I have in my portfolio. So it is like a never ending list. So just if you want to interest about to see about me. So that's a very small introduction about me, right. So I don't want to invest further time on this part. I just want directly to jump back to our real practical. So before, guys, we'll start this training, I just want, again, I just keep on telling, training, it is a pure workshop actually. So you guys know it is 2 day workshop, around 8 hours in total duration. And for me, this particular workshop would be more than 90% practical. I have multiple scenarios, multiple use cases. I'll keep on sharing with you guys, and to solve those challenges or those use cases, we are going to use GCP as a platform to implement this part, right? So this particular workshop would be 90% workshop. But one more thing, the main plan for this particular workshop is is not actually to discuss about the core advanced product of the GCP. More requirement, or more main plan for this workshop is to, guys, enable you in the cloud computing. Most of the guys may be very new in the cloud computing world. So one of the plan for this workshop is to enable you, especially for those guys who don't know what is cloud computing. Plus, maybe you guys might know cloud computing, but you don't know how to work on a GCP platform, right? Maybe you guys might know how, because the one of the proper product in the cloud computing is Amazon AWS. But to shift yourself and to explain yourself, hey, this is the way we work on AWS. You guys know, obviously, this training is not about AWS. So, but I just maybe in some in between, because AWS is one of the biggest product in the cloud in the world. So I keep on talking about a comparison, very high level comparison, because we don't have much time. My main focus area would be on Google Cloud only, but I keep on talking some of the comparison in AWS. For example, I say in AWS we have EC2 services, but here in the GCP we have Google Compute Engine, right? So some basic comparison I keep on doing in this training. But for this, the main motto, guys, for this particular training is to enable you, okay, especially for those guys who are new in the cloud computing, so that they can feel the power of cloud, or they can use this cloud computing platform, especially the GCP, right? So this is one thing. And second thing, guys, there is no prerequisite for this particular training. Okay, we are going to start, we are going to things, we are going to do this training from very zero, right? This is one thing. One more thing, guys, because this is a per day 4 hour, so we'll do one small break in somewhere in between, in some technical or maybe some logical break we will do in between, or maybe around 15 minutes. Okay, there's one thing. Second thing, guys, because we have a great audience over here, okay, or huge audience also we have in this particular workshop. So we have a great channel to help you, support you. So we have WhatsApp group. You guys are already the part of WhatsApp group, I believe. Plus we also have a Slack channel, so my team will share the link of the Slack channel. So and we have around 50 or 100 plus, I don't know, a lot of technical volunteers over here who help you, right, in your technical queries, right? So I suggest, guys, that my recommendation, that I suggest in this particular process, when I explaining you the concepts, and why I am also doing the practicals. So I we will, guys, share our Google Drive link. So this is a Google Drive link where I share some of the small document over here. plus there's one more document I am going to create here. So all the diagrams, all the architects, all the commands, the process, the way I click, everything I will keep on sharing in this particular Google Doc, or we will share this Google Drive link to you guys. So you won't miss anything. So my main plan, guys, here I highly suggest, okay, that will give you, because my overall intention for this particular workshop would be so that you guys learn new things and you also implement those things. But if you work with me in parallel, you also do the demo with me parallel, some of the concept we might miss. So I'll go very slowly, very logically. You guys understand the concept, and whenever you guys got a break, right? Maybe we'll if you want, we will do some more extra break, especially I'll show you how to create the account. So maybe most of the guys don't have the GCP cloud account, so I will go through that process, how to create the account in GCP, right? So everything we will do. So maybe some of the more technical break also we do as a lab practice. So whenever I say, guys, go for lab practice and there's a break, then utilize this time, whatever we discussed till that particular point in time, and just utilize. So I don't, because everybody has a different piece to do the demo. So I don't want to to invest the time right now or here. So to wait for you guys to, so that you practice, then I go to the next part, right? So in the 8 hour, I would like to cover as much as content I can cover, plus a lot of great use cases, plus how to integrate the multiple multiple tool. For example, maybe there might be requirement, we will go and create a VPC, and inside the VPC we will launch a Kubernetes cluster, and this Kubernetes cluster will launch some databases or maybe we link the database to the SQL or database services here, right? And my app is running in the Google App Engine, and my some of the storage will be in the storage engine, like object storage. So my plan, guys, to not only to cover the services plus the concepts, also to show you how to integrate multiple components here, right? So again, finally, guys, before we start, there's no prerequisite. I would like to start the thing from very zero. Maybe for some of the candidates or from some of the professionals, initial process might look like very simple, because I am going to start the thing from very zero. Even though I'm going to talk a little bit about what is cloud computing also, because this workshop is to enable the guys, is the actually the new anybody who new in the cloud world, so that everybody in the same level. So after certain after some time, after some minute, or after maybe 1 hour, you will see some more very core concepts gonna start, right? But it doesn't means, right, everything would be very basics. Okay, it means my main plan here is to explain you the core of the things, right? This is one thing. A WhatsApp group we have, guys, a Slack channel we have. I highly recommend any of the technical queries, ask there, or 50 100 plus technical volunteers will be active there. Any query if you have, ask there, but I suggest again ask the query at the time when we do the break. So it will save your time also, their time also. You won't miss the new things, right? Plus, for the quick query, for a time being, you can also put your query on the WhatsApp group, right? This is one thing. I will open my Q&A right now, guys. I'm not checking my Q&A because I would like to invest time on starting my the content. So there's a one Q&A in this Zoom meeting. I'm not checking any of my Q&A, so guys, don't put any question and query there. But every day after the program complete, so in the last, I will open the Q&A. And if you think, because I believe also, because when I start delivering the content, maybe in this 4 hour every day, almost whatever query you have, it might be solved. I can say 90 or 95% query, whatever you have in your mind and whatever you have while doing this process would be solved. If you think some of the query won't solve, we can put in the Q&A. I will try to touch as much as query in the Q&A. Remaining query you can ask in the WhatsApp group or in the Slack channel. 100 plus volunteers we have, they will help you. Right, finally, by the day and workshop and tomorrow, all of your further query will be solved. Okay, so that's what is very very quick basics and the process of this particular workshop, right? Okay, so let's, guys, continue with the main part. Okay, so guys, I would like to start the even though you guys know the agenda also, I believe. So I don't again want to invest the time here, but you guys have the agenda over here. So this is the link you guys know where you have registered. So this is the agenda for this training. So very limited service, but very core service of the Google Cloud. So we are going to discuss almost these service and try to touch as much as we can cover in depth, right? Okay, so this is the high level sorry, agenda for this particular training, right? Guys, that's all. Let's continue with the with the main part here. Okay, so let me start training in this way. So first of all, guys, this is the product from the Google. So Google have tons of product, guys, and some most of the time we really love the Google product. I believe you everybody love Gmail as a one of the product of the Google as a company. One of the product you guys definitely love is YouTube, and maybe some other products also we definitely love, like Google Map and other things also, right? But you know, the interesting thing is till now, guys, you guys are and we guys are just the users of Google products like Gmail, or we guys are just users of the product like YouTube. So we can say we are just an end user. So whatever they give you in their products, we have to use that, right? I can't do much. Okay, whatever the facility and whatever the features they give you, I can use that much. But the power of maybe most of the main product of the Google obviously is Google search. So we know the power of Google search, we know the power of YouTube. We might have heard about Google has a huge lab that's called data center. Okay, have a powerful computing power, network, and security, tons of things they have. Okay, so till a date, maybe maybe we guys are just the end user of the Google. But today, guys, we are having the opportunity, okay, to go inside the Google data center and see the power of the Google data center. We are going to utilize the Google data center, the Google power of the computing, RAM, CPU, network. Okay, computing. Okay, I think my voice is proper, right? So um, so today's, guys, we are going to see the power of we are going to utilize this power by ourselves, right? So this is the you can think we are going to start in this way, right? So if you really want to see how they use the computing power, how they use the resources. So typically in the simple term, you think in this way: the product where Google are running their product, their application, their services, right? Right, where they are running in their lab, known as data center. So we're going inside the data center of the Google and see how we can use it. And data center, guys, Google is all itself offering to us and say, if you want to use my data center the way I use for my further products, if you want to utilize my hardware, RAM, CPU, my router, my firewall, my devices, my databases, my optimized hardware, or my application, maybe OS, right? If you want to use my data center, so I am giving you one more facility, I'm giving you one more service that I'm offering to you. And name of the service is called Google computing platform, or Google cloud platform. Okay, so we are giving you a Google cloud platform where anybody can go and create the account. After creating the account, you can use my data center. So I have a global infrastructure, right? Tons of data center I have across the world, in every continent, every city, and I say in every country almost. Okay, so if you want to use any of my data center, you can go and use them. Okay, so you can think in this way we are going to start. So so if you go, guys, and search for Google, okay, Google cloud platform. Okay, Google platform. So this is the URL you will find. So we go to this URL. And one more interesting thing about when, if you guys don't have the account in the Google, so initially when you create a new account, but again, this is a very interesting thing, they are giving us $300 credit free. So it's too much, right? We can do lots of practical in this $300, and plus a lot of credit will be left, so you can utilize this credit for doing further testing for your requirement or for your environment. Okay, so this is a great thing, right? Google is offering to us $300. I think they give 1 hour, sorry, 1 year, or maybe for 90 days. And in my case, when I create the account, they give me for 90 days. I don't know, but sometimes it is written they give you for 1 hour, 1 year. Okay, that's great. So I'll go through, guys. I'll go through how to create the account and utilize $300 credit for practicing in this particular environment. But guys, this is a very high level. But let me start a little bit more from basics so I can give you the vocabulary. So guys, my today's agenda, my today's plan, I am going to cover one of the service of Google is called Google Compute Engine. Okay, so what is Compute Engine? We will discuss in very detail. Plus, we also going to cover some more service called Google VPC, VPC services. Okay, or maybe some more services we are going to discuss. And after we discuss these services, we are going to implement some project on the top of these services. Okay, plus one of the very interesting concept of Google that's called projects and organization and something like this. So we are also going to discuss. And very interesting thing is in this particular program, we are going to implement or going to use Google from the web UI, from web UI, and plus with the CLI. Okay, so normally we don't cover CLI in some basic workshops or on basic training, but I believe because the way and the approach that I'm going to use, even though training or workshop is not yet started, but the approach we are going to use, I will take this both the training, both the concept in parallel. So what I mean by web UI CLI, those who knew, don't worry, I'll come and discuss this point in a minute, right? Okay, so for example, if I say I'm going to launch one OS inside the Google platform, I will show you first from the web UI. And after you understand the concepts, after you understand the vocabulary, I will go for the CLI and show you the same thing from the CLI. Okay, same thing from the CLI. Okay, so that's the main thing, guys. So guys, I suggest guys don't put anything in the Q&A. I am not checking any of your Q&A. I told you already. Any technical or management kind of query right now, you have you have the WhatsApp group. You can post your query there. Some of my team member definitely help you. Right now I'm not checking any of your Q&A, so don't put anything on the Q&A, right? Okay, but yeah, I'll open the Q&A. I will check the Q&A in my today's and the end, so that any query left, technical query left from my side or from other team member, you guys can ask me, right? So let's guys start the main thing, and let me start from from very basics. But you think, guys, today we are going to use the power of the Google data center. Okay, and this is same data center or same environment or same infrastructure where Google are using or implementing their services like YouTube, Google search, and Gmail. Same data center, almost same data center we are going to use today. Okay, and we are going to implement our own services there in the same data center. I think is so interesting. Okay, I am running my own website or my main application along my website. Google search engine also running. Obviously I can't go inside the Google search engine product, but it will give you very much, intuitive very much logical, happiness that hey, my application running along with the Google services, Google products, YouTube or Gmail, something like that. You can think in this way. Okay, just to motivate you initially, okay, before you start this product, right? So this one, guys, very high level discussion I have done. So let me start the thing from very zero. First of all, guys, Google is offering their to access their data center using the product called Google Cloud Platform. But for this, you have to create an account. Again, how to create the account? Let me go to this process. Again, guys, I'm suggesting just go to the process. I suggest don't do right now. Don't do right now. I will give in after an hour one technical break. You can use this technical break to create this account. So guys, don't create the account right now. Okay, because very quickly I will go and jump to explain you the concept of VPC plus Google compute engine, right? So I don't want you miss that concept. That concept is very important. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to open a new window here. So if you want to create a Google account or Google Google account for to connect to GCP cloud. Just go to Google cloud.google.com. This is the URL we have. Just go to this particular URL, or I can say I'll just be specify the actual URL. So it's called console dot what am I- console dot google dot com. So go to guys this URL. Whenever guys you log into this URL, I'm sharing guys everything to you in your particular document, so you won't miss anything. When you go to the URL, they ask you to sign in with your Google account. But this same Google account you can use. Right now you might don't have the account for Google Cloud Computing Platform, but you can use your email address of your Gmail account or Google account. So you can use, so I have one of my Gmail account called linuxworldindia.org at the gmail.com. So whatever account you have, guys, can you hold for a second, please? Guys, can you hold for a second? Some announcement we have from our side, from our team. Just hold for a second.
Guys, this is Preeti again for everybody of y'all. There is a lot of confusion, and that's the reason the Q&A is popping up for everybody. Few clarifications. The Slack channel is already been provided in your respective WhatsApp group. By chance, if you're not a part of WhatsApp group, it's okay. Currently, you don't need the Slack channel. We will guide you in the break in which Vimal sir would give you for a technical break. Please don't put anything in the Q&A. It is disturbing everybody else. Second is the Google Drive link. Again, it's already there. That's the reference material. It's already there in the WhatsApp groups. I am unlocking the WhatsApp groups. In case if you have any query, please ask me there. I'll be there to guide you. But don't disturb the complete Q&A and the workshop flow. Okay, so these are the two important queries. No other queries would be entertained right now in Q&A. Vimal sir would be addressing the Q&A queries only at the end of this thing, or in between. If he feels that he has to ask everybody of you all, you can definitely ask the questions. The voice is not lagging. There's no voice lag. It is crystal clear. The volume is crystal clear. Please check at your end. We are having around 1,000 people checking at the back end. Everything is working crystal clear from our end. In case of anything like the voice lag or probably a low volume, it's all at something or the other at your end. Please just disconnect your session and come back again. I'm requesting, please don't drop anything more in the Q&A. Thank you. Vimal, so you can please proceed ahead.
Okay, so guys, use your actual Gmail account to log in. Okay, so typically you already have a Google Cloud platform activated for you. You just go and log in to this particular URL, and that URL, guys, I already share you in your Google Drive. Okay, and it will take you to the uh, page or the console or the dashboard of Google Cloud Platform, right? The only thing, if you see in the first time, because this first time I'm creating this account, if you see in the first time, your free trial is waiting. Okay, and you have 300 credit to utilize, and that is much, guys. Is too much. And in this 300 credit, almost all the services of Google, maybe Kubernetes, compute, Google function, big data, data warehouse, Firestore, storage, tons of services they have. Some of the services we are going to discuss today, so you guys can properly link the concept of how to utilize the power of Google platform, right? Only thing you have to do, you just have to activate. So in the top top right corner, you can see one button here to activate. Just click in this button. It will take you to the next page. Okay, and where you can go and activate your account. Okay, just obviously you have to type your country name, accept the agreement, and continue. Okay, only thing that you need to activate is you have to put your credit card or maybe debit card. Okay, this is the second step. So here finally just go for individual account. Obviously maybe you want to register with text, so you can go for unregistered. Okay, and finally here you have to type your credit card number. Okay, so some of the debit card also they support, not all the debit card. But some of the debit card also support. I suggest if you can put the credit card, they won't charge you. Maybe initially they charge you 1 rupees in Indian rupees. Okay, just to confirm the activation of your card, or that you're not a robot, something like this. Okay, or okay, maybe this 1 rupees they might be refund you back in some days. Okay, this is one thing. And if you guys don't have a credit card, then some of the debit card they support. So just go and check with your debit card, does your debit card is supporting here or not, right? But I see some of the debit card it support. Okay, so guys, don't create this account right now, because while you create, a lot of query will arise. I don't want again everybody disturb right now to solving your query. I'll in an hour I'll give you some time where we guys also help you, because while creating maybe very straightforward, but the same some query might happen, come up from our side that my debit card not supporting, what to do. Something like this. So we'll help you guys on those process. But right now they are giving you 300 credit free, dollar free, over the span of 90 days, right? So this is one thing you have to do. Okay, so guys, this is a very quick way to create the account. Right now I already have the account, so I would like to utilize my account. So I'm going out from this page. So I have my own account already created and going to use that particular account. So you have to go to console.cloud.google.com. So I have the account, and we are going to utilize that particular account, right? So right now I don't have practical any practical right now, because I have to explain you some concepts. Then we go for respective practicals, right? Okay, so let me start from again from very zero, and let me first explain very simple scenario from where we can start the thing, right? So the very simple scenario, guys, is this one. Right? If you ask you very simple concept, right? Well, guys, why we need operating system? What is a requirement of having any operating system? For example, this is my operating system. So why you need the operating system? So the only requirement and only use case for having the operating system, maybe Windows or maybe Linux or Mac, is you have one program. You have one program created in some of the language, maybe Python or PHP, and you want to run this program. So if you want to run the program, you need the operating system. Without the operating system, it is impossible to run any of the program. If you have any way, just let me know. Even though if you say embedded system, the embedded system also have one program running inside their firmware. Okay, so it is impossible to run any program without the operating system. This is one small thing, right? You guys know. But if you want to install the operating system, or even though I say if you want to run the operating system, or typically known as boot the operating system. Okay, so for this guy you require a RAM and CPU. So without having the RAM and without having the CPU, you won't able to run or boot your operating system. But one more thing we have, if you want to install the operating system, installation is different, right? If you want to install the operating system, you need the hard disk. Hard disk is also typically known as storage. You need the storage. So guys, wherever we can store our data permanent are known as storage. And where we run our program or put our data for temporary basis for two, so my CPU will use, we use the RAM. So that is the reason RAM is known as memory. Again, basic thing you guys know. Okay. Okay, so why I'm explaining this part, because if you guys have a requirement, right, to run the program, and guys, this is a very common requirement, right? Why we need hardware, why we need operating system, right? In any enterprise, in any company, maybe why we need the laptop. The only reason is we need to run the program, maybe browser, maybe Microsoft Office, maybe web server, database servers, microservices, big data, Hadoop, machine learning program, Docker, container, DevOps. In guys, whatever field you guys are in, right? We have a requirement to run the program, and for this we need OS, and for running the OS we need RAM and CPU. And guys, if you say you need RAM and CPU, so RAM and CPU, guys, we use to do some processing, and that is known as compute. So typically RAM and CPU combination is also known as compute, or sometimes we say it is called compute unit. But if you want your program store some data permanent, or your OS installed permanent, after reboot OS doesn't remove, after reboot program data doesn't remove, so we need a hard disk known as storage, typically known as storage unit. Okay, so why I'm explaining this part, because so if you want to run the program, Okay, guys. One excuse from my side. I have from last couple of week. I have a great huge cough and cold, so you guys might see some disturbance from my side. So I just want you guys cope up with me. So I have a huge cough and cold from last couple of week, not days, week. Just so update you this. There's no other issue like a corona, because something thing some guys students say, so it is like couple last maybe one month or more than 1 month I have. Okay, so yeah, so so main thing guys here, why I'm explaining this point, it means if you have a requirement to run a program, sometime program is also known as services. For example, one of the name of the service called web services, because you want to launch your website, or maybe app services, you want to launch some app of Java or maybe Python. Or you want to launch a program called database services, so you need the operating system. Okay, and for operating system you need compute unit and you need storage unit. Now the point here is guys, if you want this, either you purchase, because these are the devices, right? So either you go to a market and purchase these devices, invest your money on this device. And why you want to purchase? Because you run the program, and for whom you are running the program for. Let's say you you have your developer team, and this developer team has created one a website for you, or web application for you, and you would like to run this website, typically known as web host. You want to host your website for what? For your customers. So you have a some some client on the internet, and you want these client will go to my website. So maybe my website will be e-commerce site, will they come to my site and do the business with us, right? So this might be a requirement. But for this, okay, maybe this is the new business you think of, or maybe you are the startup, right? And as a startup or a new business, we never we never know how much my business will grow. There's no prediction you can do in your business. Maybe millions of clients will come in the future. Maybe your business goes viral in a day. Okay, or maybe it will take 1 or 2 years to get the great business. So maybe you have to shut down your business. I don't know about the business, right? So but the guys, overall, the all the technology that we have in the world, it is around the business. So because we need a business, that is the reason we are using the technology. It is not like vice versa, but just we needed a business, technology, right? Because almost all the technology we use in our business world to solving some of a requirement, right? Okay, this is very small thing, but the main thing here is, so it means you say as a startup or as a company, you want to launch your website, you need this hardware. So in guys, this hardware either you purchase, okay, but if you say let's we purchase, but we don't know guys how much client will connect, right? Maybe we think our business will go viral, so we invest on huge RAM. Maybe let's say I purchase 1 terabyte RAM, or maybe let's say I purchase 100 CPU core, or let's say I purchase 1,000 terabyte of the hard disk. Okay, and after I purchase this thing, I invest a lot, maybe thousands and dollar I invest in this hardware. Plus, it's not only the hardware, tons of things also we require. We require internet connectivity, we require real public IP address, we require firewall, network devices. We have to hire some technical guys, admins, databases guys, invest a lot in this particular environment, in this called IT environment. Okay, in all the form, in the terms of salary, in the terms of your land place where you implement where you put your operating system. Okay, and maybe you after invest hundreds and thousands of dollar on this part, or maybe after a while, after a day or after a week, after a month, you feel the way we think or where we predict our business, it not grow in the same way. Okay, but what can you do? You already invest huge amount in it. Okay, so again, it maybe if you, because maybe your business might not go well, you have to shut down or bind up of your business, right? But the amount they invest in your IT part, or it is known as IT in infrastructure part, it is a complete waste, right? Maybe you won't sell the same price the way you purchase, right? Okay, so that is guys, in this is this kind of very common use case, right? The role of third party come in play. So there's a lot of third party in the the market from last couple of days, a week, or sorry, I say more than a decade, because for me I'm working in this particular area from 19 plus year. 19 plus year I'm this in this particular technological field, but I've seen a very drastic change. The business use, the company use, and they use the approach. So nowadays, you know what they're doing, especially from last 10 years, or I can say from the decade, especially from last 5 or 4 years, I've seen this approach a must. So the companies say now we don't want to invest upfront in our IT infrastructure. I don't want to hire some guys who manage my OS, my databases, my security, my firewall, my networking, my RAM CPU. I don't want to purchase this item. So there are a lot of companies in the market who are doing this business for us. Okay, so there's some company in the market. They are known as service provider. They provide services to us. Okay, what I mean by service provider, there's some company in the market, and that companies are known as providers. Okay, and what they're providing, they are providing services. And what I mean by services here, okay, so you just go to this company and say, what I want, can you please provide me compute in it? Can you give me 1 terabyte RAM and that CPU? So they say yes, I can provide this service, because my company, the business is actually, we are into the service provider, we have to provide services. So do you want compute? I can provide a computer services, and typically they use a term called compute as a service. So they say yes, I have a service called compute as a service, and I can provide you. So how much RAM and CPU you want, I can give to you. And the great thing is, guys, you don't have to give upfront amount. Means you, for example, for this computer unit, if you purchase in the real world, it might cost you, let's say, $1,000, for example. Okay, but you don't have to give invest on the $1,000, because we don't know how much time we have to utilize this. Maybe after next day I need more, or maybe after next day I need, or maybe 1 GB. We don't know for the requirement, right? So it is like a flexible kind of thing, right? Means they work on a model. So this company work on a model for us, and the model, this called costing model. The work for us is called pay as we go. As much you use, you have to pay. Okay, so if you use on for full day 1 GB today, just you have to pay for 1 day. If you use the next day for 2 terabyte, just pay for 2 terabyte. And third day, you don't want to use my services, just shut down. I won't charge you. That's called pay as we go model. Okay, but depend, guys, which services you need. You need RAM and CPU, ask them, I need compute services. That's called compute as a services. Or you need hardware storage, you can say, I need storage as a services. Okay, or maybe you need some network setup, maybe you need firewall, security, VPN, or tons of other things also there. So you can say, I need network as a services. So these companies, they give you multiple different services. What service you need: container services, Kubernetes as services, firewall as services, Docker as services, function as services, machine learning as services. So tons of different services nowadays, they are offering desktop as services, gaming as services. So different, guys, what exactly you need. Okay, but these are the storage, networking, compute. These are the very common services. So these company, guys, are purely in this business, because nowadays almost all the company, for example, very simple example, if I say here, let's say where we have one car rental company, it's called Uber, for example. Or we have a online streaming of the video, let's say Netflix. Like this, tons of company we have, right? So these companies say, my main area is not in the IT world. We are not specialized in IT. Okay, we are specialized in to providing a car rental service to a customer. Netflix say, my main specialized area is to create the app, so we can provide a streaming services or movie or some other services to our customer. Okay, so if my main area over say my main area car rental, so I would have to invest my time, my energy, my thinking, my thoughts process on to improving my business, right? So how can I improve my business better, and how can give my better facility to my customers? But if you say I'm a big company, if you say I have because I have to create my application here, and for the application I need these services. These are not the only services, tons of services we have. Maybe message queue and lots of other services also to integrate together, and it will give you a complete flow. So they say I don't want to invest my time because it is the main time and my energy also in to managing my IT infrastructure. Okay, because if you if some company manage the IT infrastructure, it is sometimes the company say we have to invest 50% and more than 50% time to managing these guys, because it's not a small thing, tons of hundreds of things component we have to do it to put together, plus salary, other environment also, security also. Okay, so more than 50% time or more than 50% budget and fee or amount we have to invest here. And we are not certain about the business. Suddenly anything can happen, some physical disaster happen, corona come up, we don't know. My ongoing great business, whenever they goes down or shut down, we don't, nobody know, nobody can predict in today's world what gonna happen in the future. So rather than I invest on IT infrastructure, I manage my investment 50% time, let's focus more on that. And whatever the IT respective thing, infrastructure respective thing, technology respective thing, right? Give outsource this part. So outsource all of your technical stuff to these companies, the service provider. And the great thing is, guys, they say they are not charging you upfront as such. As we go, as we use, they charge you. They charge you as. And normally, this is the typical model. They have that model also, but this is a typical model they use. And the good thing is, because this company is specialized in IT infrastructure management, so they have the great team, technical guys, great infrastructure, great security in terms of infrastructure, physical or logical security, everything they have, that they are good in. Maybe as Uber you might not find a great security guys or great database guys, but these guys are purely in this technical field. They have the almost all the best IT or technical guys in their company portfolio. Okay, so better, the good advice is, because you are over Netflix and hundreds of example we have in this area. So just outsource your job, outsource your task, outsource your applications management or infrastructure management to these guys. So they will provide you, and only ask them what services you want. So they have tons of services, hundreds of services they are offering, right? Like storage services or security services, container services. In which services you are interested on, ask them. They will charge you that much cost, or that they will give you, offer you that particular services, whatever you ask them. Okay, so guys, this is the very simple use case over here. And I'm trying to tell you, right, nowadays almost I can't see any, even though I've worked in almost all the big firm. Okay, but I never see in today's world, right, that any of the any of the company or the firm are not utilizing the power of these companies, these service providers. Okay, but you know what, guys, nowadays we from last couple of year, we changed this name of service provider. You can say the service provider, but nowadays we use a term called cloud computing. Why cloud computing? Because these companies say to us, to Uber, for example, you have the app, I'm giving you my computing power to you. Now you don't have to focus much how I'm managing internally, right? How I'm managing internally, right? For which team I ask them to manage, which Intel hardware I'm using. Your main requirement is you want to run your app. Your main requirement is your app doesn't go down. Your main requirement is you want this much RAM and CPU. The main requirement is if the load increase, you want to increase your RAM and CPU on the fly. You don't want your app to be shut down. You want best security. Now, how I'm managing my computing power, that that you have to that you don't have to worry it, right? But I can give you the assurance, I can give the guarantee that your application will always running. Then as such they never goes down. I can give this assurity of the guarantee. Okay, that's called availability. Your application will always be available. Okay, it is not like this. You launch the application and for 2 days your website goes down. So I can give you as such assurity to you or guarantee to you, application is always be available. It will it will won't go down. It is a some depend upon agreement also, service level agreement. But normally 99% it always be available. We'll discuss those part even and when I go for next. But giving a very basic overview again, especially for those guys who are very new in this cloud computing world, right? Okay, but so these service providers are known as cloud. They say we are running our data center or our hardware somewhere where it is not important for you. So they might use the word called cloud, and we are you giving our power to you, our RAM and CPU to you, our technology to use computing. So now you can use the two terms. Either you can say service provider, or you can say the cloud computing. That will be your choice. Now multiple different kind of cloud computing, multiple different kind of types of cloud computing we have. I don't want to invest much time there, but one of the cloud computing type is called private cloud. One is called public cloud. Some more we have called hybrid, and some more community and other things also we have, right? So I'm not going to discuss this part. It's not important for us. My main important part for today is to explain you public cloud. So any service provider or any company who say we run the business for the cloud computing. It means any next company like Uber, for example, if they come to us and say, hey, company, do you have RAM and CPU? Do you have a hard disk? Do you have other resources? Can I use? This company say, yes, I am a third party company, but you can use my resources. So any company who is giving their resources to third party companies or next company or other companies, right? Then these kind of companies or service provider or cloud computing are known as public cloud. Publicly anybody can use, even though I can also, we as a normal user also, or and a user also can use this particular, we can use their their services also. So these are come known as public. Private has different, hybrid is different uh, concept altogether. Core is same. I have worked in a private cloud a lot. For example, one of the products is called OpenStack. I have worked a lot. Hybrid also I have worked a lot. Core concept is same, but it depends upon the approach or the business. So these companies are giving their IT infrastructure or technical infrastructure to these companies or other companies. They can come and use their infrastructure or technology, right? Then we can say these cloud computing company are known as a public cloud computing company. This is one small thing. And if you talk about the some of the example of these companies, one of the some of the great example of the company who is offering you a public cloud computing. So one of the top example in the market right now is called AWS, is a name of the product from the company called Amazon. One more product we have is called Azure, is one of the product from Microsoft. One we have Alibaba Cloud, plus one of the product that we are interested in today. This product is from a Google company, and name of the product who are offering you public cloud computing from the Google. That is known as Google Compute. Sorry, not Compute, is a Google Cloud Platform. Okay, so GCP is a product from the Google. And when you heard this term GCP, it means it is a product from a Google. And what this product is doing, it is offering us a public cloud computing. It means anybody after creating the account in the Google computing platform, either as an individual entity, we, or any other company, they can go and utilize the computing power of the Google. Guys, when I say computing, it means all the service of the Google. Service means maybe computer service, storage, networking, whatever guys you want to utilize, you can utilize that particular power. Okay, so guys, today's topic is GCP. So this main thing is just very high level overview. Almost everybody might know cloud computing, they might know this thing, but those who are very new in the cloud computing, just a very small discussion for you guys to just give you time. So guys, in the cloud computing world, right, which type of resources you want to use, RAM and CPU, hard disk, these are known as resources. So guys, in the future, when I use the term called resources, I normally mean to say hard disk, network card, firewall, RAM and CPU, these are known as resources. So if you want RAM and CPU, so you can go to your public cloud computing company and say, can you provide me resources for RAM and CPU? Or another way also, you can say, can you provide me compute as a services? So typically in the cloud world, we normally use this kind of term, compute as a services. Or can you provide me your firewall security device, your firewall resources, security resources? Or you can say, can you provide me security as a service or firewall as a service? So these are terms normally we use. So whenever I say guys resource, it means we are using some of the devices or some of the services of the public cloud computing or maybe private cloud computing, right? But here this is the public cloud train. So this is a very common term we I keep on using in the future. And depend which kind of resources you need. So you are looking for services that you can say, I want for example Kubernetes as a service. We have guys one discussion on Kubernetes in this training. Maybe tomorrow we'll discuss very powerful service. We will discuss tomorrow. Right now I just want to enable you guys in the cloud world so you can see how we can use it, right? This is one thing. Guys, before now, just I need 5 more minutes, then I go directly to the practicals and the hands-on. And as we go in the practicals, I keep on explaining the further concepts. I don't want to invest your time just to see this diagram and some of the vocabulary here. Right? As we go forward, we keep on discussing about, maybe we might discuss about database service also and other services also, right? Or maybe platform as service also. So multiple guys topic we are going to discuss about platform as service in this particular workshop. And the name of product, uh, name of the service in the Google is called GA. Maybe we are going to discuss about databases or service also. So tons of services we are going to discuss. So as we go and take this particular topic, I will explain you the concept first, and then we'll see the practical directly, right? So let's guys come to the main topic for today. I have set the very high level context here. So we are going to guys learn public cloud computing services from some of the company who is providing this services to you, known as service provider, and the name of the company is Google. Okay, and I told you guys today, right, this is the same resources. These are same resources Google also using. Same resource means RAM, CPU, hard disk, other resources also. Google using the same resources for their further their end user services like Gmail, like Google search engine, like YouTube. So same resources that Google is using for their products, we are also going to use those resources. How? By asking them, by demanding them. So we'll go and say, Google, I need 2 GB RAM. This is called on demand. On demand services, demand. So guys, this is a very common term we use in the cloud, on demand. So whatever your demand is, ask them, and whatever demand they give to you, and that must charge, they charge you per day basis or per monthly basis or per hourly basis. Sometimes they charge you per minute basis also, depend upon services to service or resources to resources. So on demand basis, you can ask. So we are going to use the Google resources on demand basis, right? Okay, and from which service? From the cloud computing service called GCP. That's what we are going to use. So guys, I already have the account. Let me very quickly log in to one of my account. Okay, I suggest guys don't create an account right now. Just half an hour, I give a break. But before this, I would like to show you some practical here. So after you get the account in the lab break, you can also do the same practical. So I have this particular account already activated. Maybe the day before yesterday only, I asked my team to activate this account. So this is a very new account, nothing over there as such. So this account is again is a free trial account having for 80 days. So 90 days, having 300 credit I have, right? Okay, so if you guys see here, if you see here, this is the Google Google cloud platform, right? Using this screen, you can you can ask Google what you want. You can demand Google, and that's called on demand. The Google, I need that service. Okay, or normally I can say in this way, you can demand Google, I want this particular resource. Okay, guys, again, I told you, when I say resource, you need a compute resource, means I told you already, RAM or CPU, or you need storage resource, means hardware, or you would need networking resource, like like a network card, IP address, firewall, VPNs. You want network resource like router, for example. Which resource you want? Okay, so guys, for every resource, Google is giving service, are known as a service, computer service. And for every services, Google has their own independent products. Okay, I can say independent sub products. So GCP is a main product, but not everybody need everything, right? Maybe you guys might not need storage, or maybe you might not need databases. Okay, so GCP is a big name. right, under this umbrella there's multiple services they have: compute service, storage service, and every service Google has given their own name. For example, if you need RAM and CPU especially, why you need RAM and CPU? I told you guys already why you need RAM and CPU. One of the requirement for having the RAM and CPU is to run your OS or to launch OS. So guys, when I say boot, run, and launch, it is same thing. And one more guys vocabulary I just want to give you. When you launch your OS, when you launch your OS, so there's a four uh, uh, way available in the entire world through which you can launch your OS. You can launch the OS or run the OS directly on your laptop. It's called bare metal. On your hardware directly, it's called bare metal. You can launch the OS on on the top of your virtual tools. That's called virtualization. You can launch the OS on the top of container. For example, if you might heard about Docker container, you might heard about it. It's not important for right now. And that fourth way through which you can launch the OS is called cloud computing. Okay, so if you launch the OS on the top of cloud computing platform or the top of cloud computing products, okay, that particular point in time we don't use the term OS. It is OS, it is real OS. Okay, it's real OS, but typically we use the term called instances. So guys, from now onward, if I say instances, I mean to say OS. Sometime in some of the cloud computing, it is also known as virtual machine. Virtual machine. So when I say virtual machine or VM or instances in OS, I mean to say I mean the same thing, right? There's no difference, right? It's exactly the same thing. Okay, so this is a one vocabulary, especially in the Google cloud. If you go for any other cloud like AWS or OpenStack cloud, normally we use instance must there, but in the Google cloud normally we use the term called virtual machine. Okay, virtual machine. Okay, but it is same thing, there's no difference. Okay, so if you go to Google cloud and say I want a compute services because I want to launch my virtual machine or my OS, do you have some product for this? Typically this product is called services. Do you have some service for this? Or again, sub-service, main service GCP. This is the GCP, the complete page for GCP. But do you have some sub product for this? Do you have some service for this? So GCP say yes, we have a name of that product who will provide you compute as service, where on the top of this computer service you can go and launch your virtual machine. The name of service called Google Compute Engine. Google Compute Engine. Even though you can see from here, so this is the main page of the Google cloud platform, and this page is known as console. You're also saying it's console. So this page is called console. Okay, so when you go to Google console page, and there's in the top right left corner in this navigation menu, if you click here guys, they show you all the services they're offering. Because right now I'm interested in compute, so these are the compute services they have. Because in compute there's lots of things you can do, right? It's not only because of the RAM and CPU you can only launch VM. Lots of other things also you can do, we might discuss in the future. But if your requirement to utilize the RAM and CPU for launching the OS or the instance or VM, then they have the service called Google Compute Engine. So if you see a Google Compute Engine, so in the compute you can see Compute Engine. This is a service we have, and this is the first service we are going to discuss today. And we are going to launch VM instance. I don't know why they write these two terms. It's the same thing, but VM instance, they have this term here, VM instance. We'll see guys in a minute how to utilize this service. Similarly, if you want to utilize the storage, so again, tons of different kind of storage we have. We will discuss object storage, block storage, file storage. We will discuss depend upon the use case. But if you need a hard disk, main thing is about is storage will give you to store your data permanent. And guys, whenever you can store your data permanent, means after your system reboot, it won't delete. Okay, and that term you can use the term called permanent. But typically, guys, in this kind of world or in the storage world, it is known as persistent. So when I say in the future persistent, it means permanent. So when I say I need some resource that will store my data persistent, okay, it means I'm talking about I'm talking about the storage. Storage is the persistent device, persistence storage device. I can store my data permanent. Again, they have the services for this, right? So if you see here navigation bar, right, if you go down, so we have a storage. So again, there's lots of different kind of storage we have, depend upon the requirement, right? May file storage, object storage. So we will discuss guys about this particular storage, but these are the different way storage, maybe for data warehouse or for databases, or NoSQL databases, or maybe cache storage like Redis. So everything for final output is same. They will store your data permanent, but a use case is different, a requirement is different. So we'll talk about those use cases. Okay. Similarly, similarly, okay, if you want network as services, okay, you want RAM, CPU, IP address, sorry, not I'm so sorry, you want IP address, routers, switches, firewalls, then they say we have also have a services that give you network as service, and name of that per service in Google is known as VPC. VPC. So if you again go here, you can see we have one service called in networking called VPC. So VPC is the main service. There's some more services for different requirement, but VPC is the main service who give you firewalls, routers, and tons more IP addresses to you, so that we can use for some purpose. And what is the purpose? If you don't know, we will see when I go for practicals, right? Okay, so these are guys some of the vocabulary in the Google world. So but yeah, if you talk about storage, we will have a very great discussion on the storage, where we talk about multiple different type of the storage. But guys, the storage or the hard disk that you use to install the operating system, guys, you guys might have used Google Drive, or you might have used Dropbox. We don't use Dropbox for installing the OS. I don't think so anybody has used Dropbox or Google Drive to install your Windows. So there's a different kind of storage. We'll talk about that kind of storage. Okay. But if you want to install your Windows or your Linux, you need a hard disk. So your laptop has one hard disk, and on side that hard disk, you install your Windows or Linux on Mac. So those storage where you install your operating system, especially those storage are known as block storage. Block storage. So you can think your hard disk in your laptop is typically known as block storage. But we have other kind of storage also we will discuss when I go for storage topic main. Okay. So when I say, guys, when I say storage, it means block storage here. Right now for the hard disk is a block storage. Okay. And Google has a one product for this. You can see this product over here. So if you click here, and because normally we use block storage for launching the OS, so in the compute engine you can see they have a product called disk. So if you go for this disk, it will give you a hard disk. Okay. Or you can say it give you a block storage. Okay, block storage. But as compared with AWS cloud, so anybody who know AWS, anybody who know AWS cloud, this is not AWS training, but in AWS, guys, this service is known as EC2. Okay, block storage service is known as EBS, and and in the AWS, VPC is known as VPC only. It's the same. There's no difference. Okay, logic is also same, and the way we're going to use it almost same. Okay, so this is the name of the service that we use in the AWS cloud. Again, this is the competitor of the Google cloud. One competitor we have Alibaba, one we have Azure, maybe some more competitor we have. But these are 3 or 4 top clouds, public cloud in the world. Okay, so these are some services name in the AWS. So guys, let me start the thing from here. So my first plan, guys, for today is to show you how to use GCE, Google Compute Engine. So this product, guys, we are going to use first GC Compute Engine. Okay, and if why you want to use this product, because my plan is to launch the VM on the OS. And the great thing, guys, here, when I launch this OS will launch inside the lab or the data center of the Google. And this is the same data center where Gmail or Google search engine also running. It's very interesting, right? If you think in this way. Okay. But before, guys, I go for these services, you have to understand some more concepts here. So before I go for main first service of the Google cloud computing, this is called Google compute engine, you have to understand some more concepts, right? The first concept, guys, you have to understand here is very basic concept. Let's say Google has one product called Google Cloud Platform. It is just a name of the Google Cloud Computing. Okay, and where this cloud computing program running in some of the lab of the Google. Guys, when I say lab, I normally mean to say data center, one of the data center of the Google. Okay, and how the Google data center look like, a lot of videos, guys, is available in the YouTube. Okay, if you want to really see how the data center look like, even though if I search a Google data center. Okay, so guys, there's a lot of video. I highly encourage you, when I go get a time where you can go and check. Okay, there's a Google data center look like this. So these are 360-degree view, and they show you this is the data center. It's not a small thing, it's a huge data center. Okay, huge data center they have. I suggest when you go to time, definitely see how these data center look like. Okay, why I'm explaining this point here, because if you go to Google, and if you go to this service and say I want RAM and CPU to boot my OS, so they give the RAM and CPU from these data center. From here they give, right? There's a huge capacity. Normally they say we have a unlimited capacity for RAM, CPU, hard disk, and other devices. Okay, from here they give you this one small thing. Now, one small thing before, guys, again, I use this particular service of the main topic for today. I would like to tell you some little bit more about this particular term, data center. Okay, so typically, when as a user, okay, as a user, if you go to Google and say I don't want to use your Gmail or Google search, I would like to use your computing. I'm so sorry again. It's not computing. Is a I would like to use your cloud platform. Okay, typically I would like to enter inside your this particular lab, means this particular data center. Why? Because I need some services from you. Let's say I need a compute services from you, computer services from you. Okay, if you see from this diagram, this is a real data center. It's not like any software, it's a real physical hardware, right? So my main point here, what I'm explaining to you, as a user, who are user, we are a user. Again, in the cloud world, any user is known as user who use the cloud. Or in the cloud world, we have one more terminology. We can use a term called tenant. So either you can use the tenant or you can use user. Sometimes we also might use the word called client. Okay, but when I say tenant or the user, same thing. Okay, so we would be the user of the Google cloud platform, so we can go inside the data center to use it. But main point here is because this is a real physical, right, where this data center located, right? Obviously physical, where in some of the land, right, where it is located. So right now, guys, Google data center located in almost all the major countries. Okay, all the major countries. So if you talk about India as a country, so India, Google has one data center. I think in 2007 or 2009 they launched. Okay, but they have one data center in India. That's in Mumbai, in the city. But I think they're also launching one more data center in India soon in the Delhi. Okay, so in India they have one data center in the Mumbai. And guys, you know what? It's not they launch one data center. So Google, whenever they pick any city or any country, okay, they launch at least 2 or 3 data center. Okay, most of the time, guys, they launch 3 data center. So you can think this particular big big data center you see spread in maybe acres or some kilometers, maybe sometime. Okay, so these data center they launch at least 2 or 3 data center they launch. And guys, wherever they launch this data center, where they launch, so if they pick Mumbai, if they pick Mumbai, so in Mumbai they launched 3. For example, let's say this data center name is called 1A. This is called 1B. This is called 1C. So I can say Mumbai is one my city, and inside this city I launch this 3 data center. And by some guys, they don't use the word city. Okay, they use the term called region. Region. So Mumbai is one of my region. Okay, and obviously Mumbai is in India, or India is in Asia. So you can say in Asia, right? We have one region called Mumbai. Or let's say we have one more one more city called Singapore. Okay, and also they launched 3 data center in the Singapore. Let's say, so they can say I have one more region in India. Sorry, in Asia, one more region in Asia. This called Singapore. Okay, so Singapore is also one of the region in the Asia. Or because in Asia because Asia is one continental, or in Asia they have multiple region, like in Mumbai, maybe in Singapore, maybe in Jakarta. Okay, Indonesia. So they can say Asia is one continental work on multi-region, multi-region. So that these are the terminology you will see in the future. This terminology, guys, we don't see much in AWS, right? There's no concept of multi-region in the AWS, but they have the concept of region in the AWS, right? There's no SS concept of multi-region in AWS. In the AWS cloud, either you can see the term region or you can see the term global. Multi-region, you might have heard the term, but there is no per multi-region services. What I mean by this, when I go for this concept, I explain you, right? Okay, but in the Google cloud, they say Asia is one particular continent that has a multiple region. One is Mumbai, one is Singapore. And what is there in the Mumbai? They have 3 data center or 4 data center, maybe 2 data center. Normally in the Google they have 3. Okay, and typically instead they use a data center, they also use one more term and say in Mumbai we have one data center called 1A, and this data center they also give you one more term called zone. So in the future, when I use the term called zone or when I use the term called data center, they mean to say same thing. Mean to say same thing. So finally, guys, when you ask Google, can you give RAM and CPU? Can you give compute unit to me? Okay, can you please go and take me inside your data center and give the storage from there? So the guys where the Google take you, okay, they take you to their internal data center, or they take you inside their zone. And why you want RAM and CPU? Because on the top of RAM and CPU, you want to launch the OS. And on the top of the OS, you want to run your application. You want to run your program. And again, when I say program or app, it's same thing. There's no difference. So you want to launch your app. Okay, and again, one more small terminology for new students. Okay, when I say launch the app or run the app, it is also not deploy the app. So if you want to deploy the app, you need a OS. For OS, you need a RAM and CPU. From where you get the RAM and CPU? From the Google data center or from the Google zone. So data center and the zone is the same thing. Okay, so if you want to see how many regions Google has in the world and how many multi-region have Google in the world, and every region how many data center they have. So example, just one data center, right, look like this. So in Mumbai, they have 3 data center. So we want to see the complete list. So just go and click in this location, or maybe maybe Google infrastructure. So just if you go and search for Google infrastructure, it will show you the how many zones they have. So this is the some of the pick of the Google data center. So right now Google has spread in 35 countries and 61 zones, or the data center they have across the world. Okay, and if you go down, maybe they give you the list wherever they have. So they give the list of the infrastructure somewhere. See the Google cloud locations here. Okay, so so these are the things. What is edges we might discuss in the future. So but coming soon, these are new data center launching. They are launching one in Delhi also soon, right? But if you go about here, these are the complete regions they have. Regions. So Mumbai is one region they have. Delhi they are launching soon. Okay, and normally in every regions they have a three zones. Sometimes they might have 4. Okay, but they have 3. Okay, so if you talk about the list, so if you go to Asia Pacific, so these are these are the multi regions. So if we click here, these are the multi regions. Okay, so Asia is again one of the multi region. Okay, so there are four multi-region we have: America, Europe, and Asia. Okay, if you talk about Asia, in Asia, we have a region called Mumbai, Singapore, Jakarta, and all the things, Tokyo. We have the things. And one more important thing, guys, about the region or the multi-region. Not all the service support everywhere. For example, if you talk about compute engine, if you want to launch the OS, you need a GCE service, Google Compute Engine. So in Mumbai, they have computer services. Singapore, they have compute engine. But if you go for app engine, maybe tomorrow we'll talk about the app engine. So by chance in Singapore right now, they are not offering app engine. App engine we'll discuss maybe tomorrow. It's called platform as service. They don't have in the Singapore, but in the Mumbai they have. They have the app engine. Taiwan also they don't have. So not all products, or also known as services, offer in all the regions. So this is the guys quick list where you can check. So so if you go inside the Singapore data center, you should know which service you want to use, which product you want to use. You want to use this product, so Singapore is not offering to you right now. This is the maybe this might not be updated, but no, frequently they update. So but the best way, rather than to check from here, we can go inside the data center by this portal and to check the things. Okay, and now very very small thing, if you want to go inside the data center or the region. Like region is just a name. A region like Mumbai is one region. It's just a name. Typically, we are interested in to connect to the data center. We are interested to go inside the zone. Zone is actual real thing. This is a real thing, and want to get the RAM, CPU, and further services, and want to use further products. Guys, again, when I say services or the product, same thing. There's no difference. Products, same thing. So we utilize the product from these data center. So if you want to go inside this data center, how to go? By using this particular console. This console, guys, help me to go inside the Google uh, zone or Google data center. Okay, and one more, guys, from here also can check right now. This list might not be updated. This is because this is the website. If you really want to see, this list doesn't show you which zone is right now active or not active. Even though it's a big data center, there's no as such chance the zone or data center goes down because the data center is equipped with a lot of backups, a lot of security. Okay, so as such zone never goes down. Is a huge with have a lot of backups, right? But maybe some kind of physical disaster come up. Okay, that might be a region they might goes down, and that is a reason, guys, why in one region they launch multiple data center. Okay, because because they say we have powerful security person security cameras, power backups, all the top backups or redundancy you need, everything we have. It never goes down, but we don't know any kind of physical or a natural disaster come up, earthquake or tsunami, something like this. So it is out of the control of the human being. Okay, so so if maybe due to some reason one of my data center goes down. Okay, because this data center is not normally used by normal user. Normally my clients is the big company, right? NASA is one of my client, or maybe Airtel is one of my client, or Netflix is one of the client. PayPal is one of the client, just for example. Maybe they are not, but PayPal is one of the big client of Google. And these are my client, right? And they are running their application over here. They deploy the application over here. Okay, so they never listen to us. If the application goes down, is that their business loss, is their business loss. Okay, so we have to give the facility and say, if one of my data center goes down, same copy of data center I have here in Mumbai, and it is in some distance of some kilometers. If something happen is this area, maybe it might not impact this data center. So you can accordingly plan your disaster, right? It's called disaster recovery plan you can do. Okay, so that you have to do as a cloud engineer means, if you are the one who are using the cloud, and you are the one who are launching the your application on the cloud, so you have to plan it. So as a cloud architect guys or the cloud engineers guys, we have to plan properly how to manage our disaster recovery. Obviously guys, in this training we are not going to discuss about the disaster recovery, but this might be one very simple question somebody ask you, somebody asked me also, why we need um, multiple zones or multiple data center in one region. Why not one, right? Because one of the great reason is disaster recovery. There might some more regions we have of disaster recovery. Okay. And why why we have multiple regions like Mumbai, Singapore, US? Because nowadays everybody is connected to the internet. Why we have a lot of data center across the world? Why we have everywhere? Idea is simple, guys. Very straightforward idea. Very simple idea. Very simple in terms. If you think, if you think as a company, your main clients are from India, okay, and Google say no, I don't have any data center in India. I have data center in LA, Los Angeles, California. Okay, so you can launch your website there or application there. Does India clients of your company can connect this site? Yes, why not? Because it means any of the client of your company go to California to connect your site, then a lot of delay come up. It's called latency come up. So I don't like a latency. I don't like work. I want to give a proper service to my client. So anybody come from nearby area of India, right? I want they will connect to their local data center. So they will open the site application very faster. Data will be very transfer very faster. This is one of the reason. Other reason we have also have some compliance reason also, but it is again not so much important because my plan for workshop is not to go in that kind of discussion. My plan is to just explain you how to use some of the important services of the GCP and some of the some unique concept, because this concept is same for all the clouds. Okay, and almost all the cloud like Azure or AWS, they have the again same facility. They give you region, multi regions, and something like this. Okay, and guys, finally, because they have multiple regions or data center across the world, so this complete package, complete services, they say I am a company who is giving a global service. Global service. So globally, my data center located, we are connected using and the great thing is I'll show you some of the practical for this, very powerful practical. Okay, if you launch your OS here, organ, and one of the OS you are launched in Finland. Okay, and if you want one OS that you launch in organ, one OS you launch in Finland, and you want connectivity, you want to transfer some data, there's two way. Either you can use internet connection, that's called public internet. Guys, public internet is is not one thing, is a group of networks. So multiple company come together, like like Airtel, like Vodafone, like AT&T. So multiple company come together, work together, connect each other, and become a public internet. Or because public internet is not secure, I can't rely on a third party company by sending my some secure data. Or plus they're not reliable. If one of the company in between goes down, the entire internet might goes down or maybe slow. Okay, so internet is never, or public internet is never reliable. But Google say if you launch one OS here, one OS here in Oregon, one OS you launch in Finland, one OS you launch in Singapore, because you are launching all the OS inside my data center. So I can give you assurance, right, that the data that you transfer is very reliable, very secure. Okay, between my data center, because I have my own personal wire connected. I have my own physical network. I'm not using the public internet of some other public ISP, internet service provider. Okay, I have my own personal wire connected. Maybe if there's oceans, or we have some fiber optic cable inside the submarines or inside the cables. So everything, I have my own Google personal fiber network. And they're so reliable, so I can give the assurity in the terms of security. I can give the assurity in terms of speed and performance. So if you want to transfer any data between my data center, okay, so I have a huge my personal Google own network we have. So even though if you might see here, if you click in the network in this particular page, let me share this link to you. Okay, so if you click in this particular network, so these are the guys network setup for the Google. So this wires you can see is submarine cable or current networks. So inside the oceans and the land, right, they have a all the here's the Google own this network, right? They have their own personal networks. They don't rely on third party ISP or internet connectivity or telecom companies. They have their own cable. And the one powerful great services they have that I show you maybe today, very interesting practical. Okay, where we are going to use some concept called VPC peering. I'll show you how to set up this part. Very interesting. So what I'm going to do, what I will do, I will launch one OS, one of my operating system here in California, and one of the OS I'm going to launch somewhere in Singapore. Okay, and between this, I will transform some data. And transferring data, guys, if I go through the internet connection, right now, guys, I'm doing this training on using internet. So maybe you guys see here, some of the guys who are listening to me are having great internet connectivity. They are properly listen my voice. And some of the guys here are not properly getting my voice, is dropping because internet is not reliable. Maybe my network is also goes down here. It's not at all reliable. It's keep on, or maybe somebody can sniff my network at the router end between the company, because multiple companies there in between. Okay, but if you transfer data between two OS, and if you're utilizing the Google in infrastructure, guys, by the way, guys, this complete screen is known as the global infrastructure. So if you're using the Google global infrastructure, they're using their zones or their data centers. It's called data centers. And they're giving the capability and say, now you can use my own private network. Nobody can see what is transferring. They're secure. Okay, plus very high performance speed in the terms of data transfer will achieve because I'm giving the capability of my network, right? So I'll show you guys this practical today. So we're going to create one network here. What is called network, we will discuss in detail when I go for VPC. And we'll do some VPC peering to show this demo. So what is VPC peering? What is VPC? We haven't discussed yet, but I think you guys got the idea what typically I'm talking about. And this is the one of the practical I would like to show you today. but slow, one by one step. Let me first explain the basics concepts, then we'll go for this practical. So maybe by either the end you will see this particular practical, right? Okay. So guys, enough for this information. So from here also you can check, and if you go to Google this page here, and if you go to compute engine, and here they give you option for zones. From here you can see how many current active zones they have. Almost everybody is active, because I don't think so any kind of physical disaster right now happening anywhere in the world. But from here you can see all the active zones they have. So for example, if you see here right now, guys, they're not showing you any region name. Okay, every region had the code. For example, if you go to Mumbai, okay, if you go to Mumbai, so Mumbai is one region here in Asia. So this is just a name, right? But internet guys, GCP or Google understand these guys with a name. Okay, this is the name they give: Asia South one, Asia Southeast one for Singapore. Okay, so here they're giving the name. We can think it is like an ID of the region, right? So they say Asia South one means typically it is Mumbai, and in Mumbai there is three zones, and all the green stick means all the three zones is available right now. It is not down. It's again big data centralized. There's no as such region to go down, but there might be some physical disaster might come up that make this zone down, is not down. And right now, guys, they're also showing one more thing. In this particular region, we have three data center, but right now you haven't launched any of the OS here. Instance means OS. None of your OS is running in the in the Mumbai. Okay, now the OS, by chance I have running with one OS by chance in the Singapore. So in my case, I launched one OS just for testing this portal. Maybe yesterday I launched, okay, in Singapore, and two hard disks I'm using there. So this guy is doing one quick page where you can see the complete detail about whatever you're using from your account. Okay, this is one thing. Okay, so guys, in the future classes, we are not going to use Mumbai. We are going to use this ID name of these guys. How to get the ID? This is the one of the page from where one of the page. Otherwise, you can from get the ID from other pages also about that particular region name. Okay, and I told you guys, Mumbai is just a region name, it's just a name. Inside the region, the main thing for us is the zones, right? So this is zones they have. Okay, this is one small thing. So let's guys come to the main practical. Before guys, I go for the practical. Very one unique thing I have to explain you about the Google Cloud. As this thing you can't see in AWS if you ever work on AWS, and concept is called projects. Project is a very interesting thing in the Google Cloud. So let me start my journey from here, because without the project, you can't do anything in the Google Cloud. Having the project is compulsory. And when you create a new account, you will see one project you already have. It's called My Project. There's a pre-created project. When you create an account first time, they will give to you. But what is the minimum project? Let me explain you first, right? Then we go for this part. Okay. And before guys, again I will go for project. One more small vocabulary I just want to tell you here, because this is the thing we have to use a lot of time. Okay, the concept is, I'm not going to explain this concept in detail, but you will get the idea what I'm going to explain you here. Okay, so finally guys, what you understood guys, GCP is a one product spread across the world globally, but think right now, for a while, it is one product from the Google. Is one product from the Google who give you who giving you cloud services. Okay, which cloud services depend what you want. You want compute, you want network, you want storage. Like for example, you want the compute. So for this, they have a service product called GCE, Google Compute Engine. As a user, if you would like to use this service, use the service. Obviously, if you can, you should have the account, and you can use from here Google Compute Engine services. But if you want to use this service, okay, what you have to tell the Google, you are running this product, you are running your product and multiple services you have, and obviously this service. So until they create the service using some program, because guys, as a user, if you want to connect to Google, if you want to connect this service, obviously this service is managed by some program written in some language. Again, which language they are written in is not so important. Maybe Python or maybe Go language, but some language they use. So what you have to tell Google, there is one service you have. Let's go compute services. I would like to connect to this service. Can I connect this? Can you tell me the location of this? Can you tell me the URL of this? Okay, can you tell me the name of this service? Even though we know the name GC. Okay, so according to Google, right, what are services they are running, or not only Google, for AWS also and other cloud also, whatever service they are running, every service is running with some program. Okay, one program, and this program Google has given you one URL, one URL. Let's call interface. Okay, and because this is one kind of program, one kind of application, it's called application programming interface. So guys, this is called API. So for every service, Google has the API. Okay, so computer has a different API, storage has a different API, VPC has a different API, maybe or maybe machine learning has a different API, big data Hadoop has a different API. Okay, so every services that Google is open. Even Gmail also has an API, or Google Map also have an API. So Google has an API for this. Okay, so if Google doesn't provide you API, obviously how you connect from outside world. API, without API, we won't able to connect it. Okay, and one thing, and second thing is, initially when you create the account, your new account, okay, most of the API is disabled. It means if you want to use compute services, because API where you guys go and connect to their internal program, it's called API, is disabled. You have to enable this. So if you want to see that complete list of the API, again, go in this page, and if you see here, there's API and services. And in the API service, if you go to library here, you can see the complete list of the API Google has. So every service has their own API almost. So you click on the library, you can see all the API Google have. And anybody who was there with me in my mobile app development class, this is going on. Guys, can you hold for a second, please? So anybody who was there in my mobile development class that is going on currently, name is called Flutter. So this is the same page, guys, where we enable the API for map, Google Map. So if you want to use the Google Map, you can use this API. Okay. Otherwise, for big data, for compute, for development, for Firebase, like database, for machine learning, which kind of service as a service you want to use? Security, networking. For example, if you go to compute. So it is a compute engine here, compute engine. So if you want to use Google Compute Engine, you have to enable this API. You have to enable this API. Okay. So if we click here, you have to enable. Right now, guys, in my case, it is enabled. You guys see the name called API enabled. But maybe when you create the account in your case, right, first time you will see there is no option enabled come up here. They give the name called enable. Just click here. It may take some minute or second, and it will enable for you. Okay, so depend, guys, which services you want to use. Every service has the API. By default, most of service 99% they initially give you disabled. If you want to use this, you have to first enable it. Otherwise, it won't work. Okay, so just go and enable this thing. Again, one more small thing, guys, because in the Google or not in Google, in AWS also, all the services they are offering has their API. So typically, guys, we have to connect to the API. Now there's 3 ways to connect to the API. Okay, one, you can connect the API. What is the use of API? For example, if I say Google, I would like to use your service, GCE. For what? I would like to launch my OS with this RAM and CPU. To whom you connect? Obviously, you won't connect to Google. You won't connect to GCP. GCP is just a name, nothing. It's not a program. But in GCP, there are multiple programs in this umbrella. And every program has their own API. So you have to connect to this program. So you have to connect to the API or the program of GCE, compute service, and tell this program that I want to launch my new OS. I would have to create my hard disk. You have to connect this APIs. Okay, so whatever guys you do, all right, as a user or as a tenant, you have to always connect to the API. And there's 3 ways, guys, to connect to the API. One way is using web UI. Okay, web UI means this website. This is known as web UI. From here, you can go and connect. Click. So typically, internally, it looks like a website known as web UI, web user interface. But internally, guys, we are connecting to the Google API or the compute API. So one more way we have is to connect is using the command line CLI. Okay, what what can I do? For example, this is Windows, so I can go to CMD command prompt, and here we have some command. For example, there's one command called gcloud command. In your case, you guys might don't have this command, but in my case, I might have this command. So I might have this command. Okay, I'll show you today, guys, how to get this command in Windows or maybe Linux or Mac, where you guys are using. So we can use this command line, and from this command line we can connect. So from the command, we can go and tell the Google API and say, I would like to connect to your compute services and I would like to launch my OS. So we can launch the OS using the CLI also. I show you guys today how to launch. Okay, so either you can use your Windows or your Mac to connect, or there's one more way without using your Windows or Mac. Okay, Google also give you one way. Right, so if you want to connect to the Google internal services, either you can use this graphical screen called console, or you can use CLI how to use CLI. So in the top, in the top, you can see there's one icon of this, activate Cloud Shell. And guys, this is a very powerful service of the Google. If you ever use AWS, you might don't see this service there. Okay, but this is a very powerful service. So same, without using your base laptop or Mac and Linux. Okay, if you want to work on the CLI, so if you click here, they will launch one OS for you behind the scene, and where they activate the command prompt for you, they will activate this prompt for you. And guys, by the way, this prompt is known as where we where we are running some commands. For example, date command I'm writing here. For example, date. Okay, so wherever we can run this kind of commands, this prompt is known as shell. Okay, so rather than you can use your Windows command prompt or Windows shell, or your Linux shell or Mac shell, right? They give you one Cloud Shell, so you don't have to use your base laptop like your Mac and Windows. Okay, you can launch the shell from here. Okay, and behind the scene, guys, they launch one OS for you. Like obviously, guys, when you want any command prompt or any terminal or any shell, is same thing. Command prompt, terminal, or shell is some, you can think it's same kind of thing. Okay, you need one OS. Right now, this OS is my Windows, but here, without using my base system as a Windows, they give you one shell. So they launch one OS on the cloud. So this is called Cloud Shell. If I click here, so if you see here, as soon as I click, they are launching one OS for me. See here, provisioning Cloud Shell for me. And they're launching one machine for me, means one OS for me. And in this OS, they launch one cloud, they launch one shell for me. And see here, one command prompt come up. So this command prompt, guys, is come because they launch one OS for you. One OS for. So they one Linux OS they launch for you. So anybody who know Linux, almost all the Linux command you can run here. For example, ls is one small command. You can ifconfig is a one command. Okay, so they launch the Linux OS for you. Okay, and almost all the major command of the Linux you can run here. For example, this OS ifconfig is a command where you can see your network card and network IP address. Okay, so almost all the Linux command you can use, but typically we are not using this command prompt for running the Linux command. This command prompt or shell or terminal we are going to use for gcloud. Gcloud. Okay, so we are going to run the gcloud, and by this command we are going to do multiple things. So typically, guys, my plan is first, because to first to sync your concept with the Google. First, I show you a demo with the web UI, and almost all the demo that I show you from the graphical, from the mouse click, I can show with the CLI also. And for some time, guys, I am going to use this CLI. And after you become comfortable with the CLI, I also show you maybe today or tomorrow how to install the Google Cloud program in a base laptop. So you don't have to use this cell also. From a base laptop, you can go and you can run the exactly same command. Okay. So this is one second way. So these two way we will learn in parallel. Okay. And one more way, guys, we are going to not going to discuss in this training, but one more way we have is called SDK. So if you guys from any programming background, let's say from Python, or maybe let's say from mobile app, Android. Okay. So you can also create a mobile app or Python code that will go connect to this API, and using the Python code or Android or iOS, Swift or Objective-C, whatever language you can connect to this guy to do something for you. Okay, so but we are not going to discuss this part, but because this is a pure programming stuff for respective languages like Python, Java, Go, or maybe Perl, maybe. Okay, so in this training, guys, we are going to communicate with the GCP cloud using web UI or CLI. So guys, enough for the information, because this information that you need before you go for the next part. Okay, one more last information you need, then we go very quickly to the next part. Okay, so typically, guys, if you talk about any company, right? Company is also sometimes known as organization, right? Normally, multiple team work in parallel. So we have one team who is a developer team who is developing something for us. We have one team who testing the thing for us called testing team. We have one team who take the code created by developer team, and after they send the code to testing team, they test that particular product by multiple different tests, and they send final, after testing everything is good, they send to final team, let's say it's called production team. Okay. And these team will finally launch the product for the real world. So they launch this product in the real server, typically known as production server. So anybody in the world as a client of your company can see this. Or maybe we have other teams for different products, right? So typically these are not known as team. These are the different environment we have. We have a dev environment, test environment, and production environment. And normally this environment is managed by a certain team. So we can say this is called dev team, developer guys, testing team, QA team, pre-pro team, different teams or the environment we have. Okay, so why I'm explaining this point here because you know what, this team is very critical for us, production team, because whatever they're going to implement in some server. Again, one more small terminology for you. So when I say I have a RAM and CPU, and on the top of RAM and CPU and hard disk, we are going to launch one OS, and on the top of OS, we are going to launch our web server or some program, and on top of this program, we are we will deploy our website or web app. Okay, so this part, hardware, OS, plus your program or server are typically known as server. Okay, so when I say server or when I say virtual machine on OS, it's not so much difference. But typically, when I use this term called server, I mean to say hardware, OS plus some program. Okay, some plus some program. Okay, so production team is the one who are going to launch this server, and in the server they launch their website, or it's called web app. So in the world, anybody can see it. But for the company, for the organization, this is very critical because company normally earn right in today's world a lot from the online business. Okay, and so they don't want any kind of issue come in these applications because it is now published to the real world or exposed to the real world. Okay, so I don't want any kind of issue here. Okay, I want any server running that has a more RAM, more CPU, and then also security. They have tight security and other things also. Okay, plus developer team, they are internal company, right? Again, whatever the website they create, they also want to check how they are working. So we can also give one server to developer team and say whatever the website you created, you want to check how it's working. So you can deploy your application here. You can run your application here. But for this, we don't have to give much RAM and CPU because more RAM and CPU you give, it will cost you more. You know, obviously you have to manage the costing also, or you have to manage the billing also. Okay, so what can you do, guys, in the in the Google Cloud? Okay, we can create a different teams here, dev team and production team, and different limits we can set. That's called quotas we can set here. Okay, and different billing account we can associate. For example, this team we can associate with a different billing account, different bank account we can create it, because we know it consumes a lot of cost here, depend upon how much client is. Obviously, we know we want more cost consumed because it means more client is coming. So we'll associate different billing account here, different credit card account here, and we can set a more different quota here. Quota means like a limit. I can say, for example, these guys can use 10 terabyte RAM till 10 terabyte. These guys, because this is very critical team for us. But here in the dev guys, we say this is not critical. Don't give much RAM and CPU. Let's give 10 GB RAM maximum. They can't use more than 10 GB. So we can set a quotas here. And for this, I can set it. I can associate with different billing account, different credit card number, different bank account. From there, they will charge. So it will be a good way in terms of management. So guys, it is like a management, right? What we are managing? We are managing our RAM, CPU, hardware. It's called resources. So if you go and search in the Google how to manage the resources, one of the concepts you will see here is to create multiple teams. And guys, by the way, here in the Google, these are not known as a team. It is known as a project. projects. So we have to create a project. And if you want to use any resource in the Google, user means services and product. For example, this is the one of the resources. Let me minimize this. So this option called minimize the cell. So this is the computer engine is one of the resources, or I can say computer engine is one of the product or the services, or internally internally they are using some resources like hard disk and RAM and CPU for us. Okay, so so you can tell Google that from your cloud, can you create a one team for me, typically known as project for me, and inside this project I would have to manage my resources. Or I can say in this way, in the Google, if you want to use any resources like RAM and CPU, creating the project is compulsory. Without the project, you can't launch any resource. You can't use any resource. That is a reason, guys. That is a reason they create one project for you. And right now, guys, wherever you go, any of the services you go, you always be inside this project. For example, if I go here, or if I go for VPC, you would be always in this project. So project is just a way to manage the thing. Okay, and project also a way to set some limits and the quotas also if you want. And project is a way to access your respective billing account. So they will direct from there. So project is just a way to manage, but it's compulsory to have the project in in the Google Cloud. Okay, otherwise it won't work. So right now, guys, I'll start my journey from here. Okay, so I'm not going to use this project. It is a default project. I don't want to use this. I would like to create the thing from very zero. So what I'm going to do, guys, here. So for our company, okay, and our company, also known as organization. Okay, I'm going to create two projects, and from here, guys, I would like to start my practicals, right? So I'm going to create two projects, one for my developer team and one for my production team. Two projects we are going to create. And in this project, guys, we will launch one OS. In this project, we will launch one OS, and maybe some more thing we do. And the great thing about our project, guys, is a one bundle. One bundle. Whatever you do inside, you use the RAM, CPU, Kubernetes, container, big data, machine learning, IoT. It will be inside this project only. And whatever you do inside this project, it is independent package, right? So one click, entire package deleted. One click, entire package export. Something like this. Okay, so it's an independent project, and whatever you do inside this, it won't impact this guy. Whatever bill come in this project, it won't impact this guy. Okay, so it is a way to manage your resources or manage your products and the services. Okay, so how to create the project? Let me start the thing from here. So again, I again go to my home page, and guys, this would be our first practical. So for showing this demo, guys, I am showing this demo in two ways. So this project I am going to launch from web UI graphical. Okay, after understanding how to create the project, same one more project I'm going to create from the CLI. Okay, so output same, but but to give you a different flavor, okay, of web UI and CLI. So one, because the same thing, but one thing I will do from web UI and one thing I would like to do from CLI. Okay, let's first see from the web UI. So if you want to create a project, the simplest way is, this is your first page, is called dashboard. This is called dashboard. So we are on the main web UI is called console. So web UI is, guys, also known as console. So when I say console or web UI is same thing. Or when I say CLI, command line, or for command line we have a command called gcloud, is same thing. So gcloud is a command for your CLI. Okay, so I'm into the console, and if you want to create a project, just go here. Right now we have one project, so there's option called new project. So click on the new project, guys. Every screen I'm sharing to you, you won't miss anything. Right, and here you can give a project name. So let's say I'm going to give a project name called dev. Just give any name. Okay, and right now if you see here, there's this one more term we have is called organization. So always, guys, project is managed inside the organization, but because this is my personal account or personal account, so there's no organization we have. Okay, so we don't need. but in the corporate account, you might see the organization here. Okay. So project name, minimum 4 character we need. Let's say this is dev project. Guys, again, almost whatever you create, whatever you create, whatever you create, um, um, every thing you create in the AWS, maybe you launch OS, you launch hard disk, you launch projects, everything, guys, internally they associate with some unique ID, or internally they understand with the ID. So guys, right now this is a project. This is for our understanding, but inside the Google, they create one project ID for you. Okay, that you can change. Right now after create, you can't change, but if you want to change some ID here, just click on the edit and you can change. Let's say, let me give the project ID called 12345. But after create, you won't able to change it. Okay, so that's what, guys, I'm doing here. So I created one project called dev project, and this project has a one unique ID. Okay, sometimes you have to use ID, I'll show you. But you can think in this way. You can think in this way. Inside the Google cloud, they build your account with this ID, and they say any project who have this ID build this much, any project who have this ID associate this much quota or this much limit, something like this. Okay, so let me create this. So guys, so simple. One project they will create for you. They have created for you. Okay, one more small thing, guys, here to notice. Whenever you do anything here, create a new project, launch a new OS, create a new hard disk, is they normally is one operation you are doing, and all the major operation that you do, in the top there's a bell icon here called notification. They notify you here that they are doing, they have done, they are still processing, they fail. Why they fail is good way, guys, to check what exactly happening. Right now, guys, um, when I create this project, they say this project ID is not available. Okay, it's going to be unique. So right now I don't have this project ID, but they say is unique because because anybody who in this particular organization, okay, if you use one project which is called project name called div, if other team want to use one project, they can't use. So in one or organization, your project ID or name should be unique. Okay, but right now, guys, because I am using the individual account, individual account. Okay, you also, guys, have the individual account. So you and me are belong to same organization. Okay, belong to same organization. So maybe hundreds and thousands, millions of guys has their individual account in the Google cloud platform. So everybody here belong to same organization. So maybe across the world, or maybe in a region, if somebody has created this project, I can't create with the same name. I can create the same name. Okay, that is the reason they give you. They try to give you unique project ID. Okay, so they automatically give this ID to you, so it won't conflict. Okay, so you and me belong to same organization. Even though if you see in the top, organ ID is 0. So if you if you see here, let me write here in the top of URL also, so you can see. Okay, they say right now you are into the organization ID is this %13 is like equal to is 0. You also are using same organ ID. So if you create any project ID that anybody has or I have, you won't able to create. It is something like this. Okay, so it's not so important, but let me create again this project with again one more time. Let me edit. Let me again try to give some more name here. Might possibility this project ID might not be there. I don't know. Let's try one more time. Otherwise we will go for so guys, they in the notification they are creating a project for you. It takes some second to create this project, but even though they show you project created, but internally, guys, they're doing a lot of operations. Okay, so it takes some minute to activate all the things internally in this Google account. So right now if you try to use some of the services, some of the services might not work. For example, if you go to compute engine, so if you go there and say, can you enable the API? They say fail, because it's still internally, internally the project is keep on doing some operation behind the scene. Here they show you is done. That's a nice thing, but maybe some of the operation might not work here. So if you can wait for 5, 10, 15 minutes, so in the Google Cloud, whatever they have to do for your project, they will update for you. Or they done in behind the scene. Okay, so this project created. So if I click here, I will be landed inside this project. And if you see here, this project, I am inside this project, inside this project. Okay, now whatever you do inside this project, whatever you do inside this project, okay, they will bill to their respective account. Okay, so we have to connect it to your billing account. Okay, right now this is a new project I've created. After you create a new project, you have to always associate the project with your bill account, right, with the credit card or your bank account. Otherwise it won't work. Okay, if you don't associate it with the bill account, you won't able to use any of the services. For example, for example, if I try to use a service, so right now guys, here I'm in this project, and whatever you do in this project, any of services, it belong to this project. Okay, it belong to this project. Okay, it won't impact other projects. So this is a team or my developer projects, so I would like to use my compute services here. I click here. So why I would like to use this computer services? Because my plan is to launch the OS. I want RAM and CPU. Because guys, we have created a new project. Even though they show you it is created, but internally they are launching your respective services. Because my plan is to use compute engine, so they're launching a compute engine for this project. It takes a minute. After some minute, they will launch for you. And they're also showing you here we are initializing a compute services for you, sometimes also known as engine. Compute engine for you. So it takes some minutes to launch. By the meantime guys, they launch, I will go to create one more project, because I'm going to use multi-project demo in this program, because it is the way we work on the real world, right? So so I'm going to create one more project here. It's called production. Okay, but this thing I can create from here also, but I just want to show you a different flavor to create, and that approach will be CLI. Okay, so would be CLI. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one more project here. Okay, from the CLI. Okay, and for the CLI guys, again, let me go to my home page again. Okay, and my CLI guys already launched, because I already launched. You can see this, the option is is grayed out, because my CLI is itself running. So if I can maximize this screen, and this is my CLI. Okay, so guys, let me show you first command, right? If you want to do, even though guys, this screen might not be very small here, so there's option here, and the second option is called open in new window. If you click here, it will open one more tab, and the compressed CLI or the command line open in the new tab. So I don't want there, so I can do my practical here. Okay, I can do a practical here. It will remove from here, and I can do from here. So sometimes guys, after you open, sometimes they won't open for you. So if you refresh or reload one more time, they reinitializing the command terminal. It's called shell, typically known as cloud shell. And one more guys, small thing, from here also you can say where you are. You are in the cloud shell. I'm the cloud shell. Okay, and here normally we come here to run a Google cloud command, G cloud. So this command is not there in your laptop. I'm in the cloud actually. I'm inside the cloud instance where we have this command. Okay, and guys, if you run this command only like this, if you run this command, what this command tell you? This command tell you that I am a G cloud command, and using this command you can manage your AI services, you can manage your API, you can manage very powerful product guys. Maybe I'll try to launch one more workshop for this. Anthos is like a hybrid cloud setup for the Google. So so I can manage Anthos also, right, for you. CI/CD, compute, for example, if you want to manage compute services, we have a compute keyword. Okay, so almost all the services of the Google databases, identity, IAM, IoT, you can manage. Firebase for mobile, you can manage from here. I can use Q to quit. For example, for example, what I would like to see, if you enter again one more time, okay, you can see here, if you want to see, um, uh, right, if you want to see about the projects, so they might, these are the guys different keywords they have, and this keyword is called sub commands. Okay, so if you go down, they option called manage projects. So we have a sub command or the keyword called projects here. So you want to do anything about the project, you can use this keyword. Okay, so I have to use Google Cloud and then use this keyword. So Google Cloud is a main command and project is a sub command. Okay, now in the project, what I would like to do, I would like to see how many projects we have. So we have option called list. So from the command line, we can see we have 2 projects. Guys, this is the one project we have created. Plus they also show you the project ID also. So you can use this particular command to see how many projects we have. So this is a command line you can see. Same thing you can see from here also, how many projects we have. Okay, so we are doing from the from the command line. Okay, but if you want to create a new project from the command line, right, we can use project then create. We can use this to create a new project. Again, one more thing, I don't want you to remember this command. You should know approach to take the help. So by running the Google G Cloud command, we know the keyword called projects. But in the project, what options they support? These are called options: list, create, or created, or create. I don't know. See, maybe I don't know. So you should know how to take the help. Or for the help, you can, after this you can write a help here. You can write the help here. Okay. So so guys, sometimes the help, some of the command the help don't work in this way. You can use hyphen of a help. Okay, it will give you the complete help. And if you go down, right here, they give you option. If you want to create a project, you can use create keyword. You want to delete the project, you can delete it. Okay, so this is a help they give you. If you want to list the project, you can list. Okay, so let me come out. So what my plan, guys, is to create the project. I can go for create. Okay, but after create, what to do? Obviously, you have to give the project name, but I don't know the syntax of this command. Again, you can use the help to see the further syntax. So guys, command is very interesting, guys. Even though working on the GUI initially was simple, but as you go and enhance your knowledge in any of the cloud platform or maybe in other platform, guys, having the knowledge in command is very helpful. Especially because today's the world is all about automation or DevOps. So there, if you don't know the command, it won't help you guys in the automation world, right? So that's the reason I'm explaining you both the things in parallel. First from GUI, then command. And this approach I is just trying to I want you to understood, because maybe after maybe today or tomorrow you see we are going to write a one command of 10 lines. But you will see the command is very bigger but very simple to use, because we know the concept and we know how to do the help. So it won't look like very complex. So again, in the help, it tell me if you want to create a project, okay, then you have to give the name of the project. Okay, you have to give the name of the project. That's the main thing you have to give. Okay, and here you have to give the project ID. So syntax is command, this one, project ID, then name of the project. This is the keyword you have to use. Okay, so let me use this keyword create. Then let me my plan is to create a project for production. So you have to give the production, just give any ID. So it's called project ID, production project. Okay, and this ID, so let's say 13101 2 3 4 5, and the name of project is called project. So this is just the name of the project. It is exactly that I give here, day project. Okay, and it is the ID of the project. It is exactly the ID that we have given. But here we did from GUI, but here we are doing from CRM. Okay, but how I know the syntax? Obviously, I don't have to know. I start from G Cloud and I go to the help, and from the help, and they help me to create. And guys, finally, if you see here, when I run the command, okay, you can say it is creating progress, and internally they connect to this URL. This URL. Why? I told you guys, either you use CLI or you use GUI. They always connect to some API, and every API has one internal URL. From the GUI guys, it won't show you. They do everything from behind the scene. But if you do something CLI, you will see some more extra thing here. You will see some more extra thing here. So these are the guys, the API URL actually. You don't have to know this. This command know already, but they're showing you that we go to this URL. This URL has some program running behind the scene, and that program will help me to create a project. So even though you know this, if you don't know this, it doesn't matter. But they show you. They show you this thing. Okay, so one more project created very quickly. I can confirm from my command line. One more project come up, and from here also you can check. So let me refresh this page. I'm into my dashboard of a Google Cloud. Guys, I need 5 more minutes, then I go for break. Okay, just give me 1 or 2 more minutes. Okay, and if you see here, okay, one more. Yeah, it won't show you here, but maybe after some time they might show you. Okay, but if you click here, again they doesn't show me here. I don't know, maybe it takes some time because internally they are creating the projects for you. So I told you it takes some time. So after some time, when you come here, you will see one more project come up. Okay, it will show you, but from the command line they're showing you the one project they created, but the update in the portal soon. Okay, one more last thing guys before I go for break. Right now this project we have created already, and if you go inside this particular project, we want to use compute engine. We are going to create a compute engine. So you can see guys, now compute engine been initialized. And now this option guys, they give you, they say if you want to launch any instance, if you want to launch any OS, click here. Okay, if I click here, if I click here, okay, this page come up, but in your case guys, this page might not come up. Okay, this page might not come up, they will fail. And they say, okay, this particular project in this project, because you are using compute engine, okay, so you have to enable the API. They ask you to enable the API. Okay, and when I go and enable the API, for example, if I go here, API services lab, I show you, I told you because every service in product has the API. If I go here and say in this particular project, does my compute API enable? In my case, it's enable. But in your case, most probably guys, this might not enable. This might not enable. You have to enable this. Okay. But if you try to enable, again they fail. Again they fail. And they tell you, it is not enable. We can't enable this API. Why? Because this project is not yet associated with your billing account. You have to associate this project with the billing account. Okay, so you have to associate this project first with the billing account. And how to associate? For this, first time you have to go to this home page, and there is option called billing. You have to go to billing. Okay, and right now guys, in the billing, if you see in the right corner, there's a billing account here. Okay, and there's option called manage. You click on manage. If you click on the manage, okay, here in my case, this is my billing account associated with my credit card. Okay, and here you can say this project is already linked, and it is also active. Is active. But in the case guys, you will see your project name here. Okay, but you won't see it is active. So if you just the option called enable billing, come up in your case. In your case, it will come up. In my account, it's already activated. Okay, so in your case, you have to just click on enable billing. After enable billing, your account be activated for this bill account. So any of the bill come in this project or any of the resource we use in this project, the bill will direct it from your billing account, be credit card or something. But right now, because we have a $300 credit free, so they will consume from 300 credit, right? $300 credit. So you don't have to worry about this part. But you have to associate with this billing account, otherwise it won't work. After associate, only then you can enable your API. So this is the first step you have to do. Then go to API. Okay, and because we are planning to use a compute engine, so go to compute and you have to enable this API in this API. Okay, I don't know why in my case is enabled, because maybe same kind of project I already created maybe last, or maybe I deleted afterwards, but normally 99% they always disable billing, association, and other things also. Okay, so in my case it is enabled, right? One more guys way we can check, if you want to check how many API is enabled in my dev project. You can check from here by coming here and keep on going to all the places. Even though whatever they highlighted, they enable. What are they in the in this gray shaded or not activated is not enabled. But from the command line also you can guys check this, right? How? So for this we have a command called G cloud. Okay, I would like to check about my services. Which of all the services is activated list. So they will show you all the services they activate. Okay, activated. Obviously they fail. Why they fail? Because you have multiple projects. Which project you want to check? Which project you want to set? You want to check for this project or this project or this project? So you write here -1 project, and then you have to give your project ID. For example, I would like to check for this project. So this this command. And how I know this command? I wish I don't know. Okay, you have to go to help of this command. They will tell you this command. Then go to help of this command. They'll tell you this command and these options. So this will tell you all the services active in this project. So right now, guys, the project, the services that is active in this project is called my database services, my storage services, my Google other services. Main service that I'm looking for computer services active. So computer engine is active, so I can launch my OS. So this is a command also you can use to check. Okay, to check. But very quickly, if I try to check, we have one more project here that is called Pro Products project, right? So if you want to check how many service active in this project, okay, when I say service here it means API. So API and service same thing, because service is a name, behind the scene they are running the API. So I'm checking for this project. Okay, understand one thing, we are not giving the name is we give for our reference, because we normally understand with the name. Google understood enter IDs, so I'm giving the project IDs. Okay. So in this particular project, which service active. So guys, if you see here, there is no service active for for engine. So by chance, guys, this project I don't have a service active for for the engine. Okay, for the engines, or it's a compute engine. Okay, even though right now I don't know why it's not showing you here, but take some time, it will update you in the portal. Even though from here also, if I go and check, if they show you, and they come up here, I don't know, take some time. But even though if I go and check from here, okay, and they show you this service is disabled. This is disabled. Okay, so how you can check from command line also, Google compute is not listed here. But there's one more command, guys, here. If you want to see all the service that is available in the Google right now, maybe Google Compute Engine, Big Data, Hadoop, Machine Learning. Okay, there's an option called -available. you can use this command. Guys, I'm sharing all the command to you already. Okay, just give me 5 more minutes, then I'll go for break. In the break, guys, you can also practice this part, right? So you can go for this command. It will show you all the service that is available in this project. Maybe they're active, maybe they're not active. They will show you the complete list of all the service available. I'm sharing the command also to you. So there are lots, guys. Google Pay, Webfront, Google Search, Security, Workflow, YouTube, right? API, Map, tons of services they have. Speech, right? Natural language processing, right? Multiple services they have. Okay, they have. But if you are searching for the compute, so you can write here after this, but guys, because that's it's a one kind of Linux command, and in any command in the Linux give you a big output, and you want to search something in this output, you can use this symbol called pipe. So in the backslash of your key, you can see this symbol, and there's an option called grep. Grep is one command of a Linux because this cell is running behind the scene Linux OS. And I can ask grep wherever you find compute as a term, search for me. So you don't have to search for this. So you can see there's one compute engine. And I show you guys already this compute engine is not active. If you search here, this is not active. So in this project called production project, is just a name, random name. You don't see here. So when I go for inside this project, either from a command line, either from here, right? I won't able to use my compute engine. Means I won't able to use my RAM and CPU. So you have to activate. How? Either you can activate from here. After you go from here, is right now they haven't show you, but maybe after some minute they show you. Either activate from here, or you can activate from command line also. How? For this, I'll tell my Google Cloud we have to activate one API. It's called enable. And name of the API is this one. This is the name of my API, or you can say the name of my service. Same thing, no difference. And you want to activate for which project? You have multiple projects. So I would like to have API activate for this project. This project. So command also we can do. So I'm going to show you both the way, whatever way you want. But only thing guys, it might fail because maybe this project is not associated with my billing account. So after I get associate this thing from billing account, then I can. So right now I show you guys same thing I told you already from GUI. Okay, if your project you create a new and that is not activated with your billing account, you won't able to use anything. So they will fail. It's not activated in my billing account. Okay, so I'll show you guys how to activate billing account. This thing I would like to show from my GUI. After activate from billing account, if I activate, then I can activate my API either from here or either from here. Command is good, right? But it's failed because my billing account is not associated yet. Okay, but I'll show you how to activate. Associate this. I just give me some minute after they come up in the portal. Even though we can create some command also from here, but it'll be a little bit complex maybe. Okay, so I will activate guys this service. So project is there, but my project don't have compute engine enabled. Okay, so after I run this command, it will enable. It will enable this service, or I can say they enable this API. But only thing, first time you to do, you to associate this project with your bill account. Then I'll show you guys after the break. Maybe after the break, this will come up in the portal. Okay, this is one thing, and that's all, guys. So before guys, I'll go for this small break. I just do one thing. We are going to going for the break of 15 minutes plus 10 more extra minute, totally 25 minutes. This 10 minute guys is for you to just go and create a Google account. Okay, apply your credit card. It won't guys charge you, even though they give you $300 free. This is the nice thing. Go and create the Google account. If you guys don't have the credit card, try with your debit card. Debit card also work. Some of the debit card also work. Okay, try it. And facing any issue, you guys, we have shared the link of Slack channel in your WhatsApp group. Just go and post your query there. Some of the guys will help you. Okay, and after your account created, at least create 2 projects here. The way I created dev and production. And after create the project, go to your billing account to associate the project, and then come to this page to enable this API. So either you can do from GUI or you can do from command line, that will your choice. Plus also guys, I also want you to enable your console from here, activate this. Okay, so do till here, even though technically we haven't used any services yet. Why we are doing this? Because my final motto is to launch our computer service. Again, not I'm the simple way I'm going to launch. I'm going to launch a computer service in the global environment. Okay, one OS I would like to launch in the US. One I launch in Singapore, in different VPC. Then we do peering to connect. But you guys might don't know what is peering, what is VPC, what is global. Everything I will explain guys from very basics. But by the end today, okay, by end today, you'll see the complete practical for this. Okay, so guys, let's go for 25-minute break. Okay, and try to create the account very quickly, and then we go for next practical. So around from my side, we will join back at 12:25 p.m. means in afternoon IST in instant time, after 10 minutes after according to my laptop time. Okay, so guys will join back, and any query guys, I'm not checking any Q&A right now. After this today's class, I will open my Q&A and I check my query. But till now, any query you have, especially creation of the account and maybe project, you can put in your Slack channel or plus you can put in your WhatsApp group also. They will help you guys. So guys, see you after 25 minutes guys. Bye. Take care. See you. So, guys, let's continue with the next part. We have one quick announcement for you guys. It will help you, anybody who is facing the issue in the terms of activating this particular Google platform. So, almost guys, all I believe almost all the credit card it support. All right. But if you don't have a credit card, you can try with the debit card. Some of the debit card the support, not almost every debit card the support, but anybody who don't have the debit card support also. So we as a Linux world, we have trying to give you one more facility from our side to, so that you can use that particular facility to practice this particular lab. So Preeti has one announcement for you how we can how you can utilize that particular facility, right? So just give me 1 minute. So Preeti will join and explain you the process.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. This is Preeti on behalf of Linux World, specifically for this workshop to give everybody of you all a support, an extra support, because we saw that many of the participants, the learners, have a debit card which has a 3D secure and does not have a recurring payment option. So we are coming up with some credits for you all so that you all can create your GCP account without having a credit card as well. That's a lab facility which we are providing from Linux World, but that's not for everybody. Specifically, we're trying to help those ones who are not able to create. Okay, so by the end of this workshop for the day today, I will be sharing a document in your respective WhatsApp group. That will be a stepwise document, a detailed document. How do you create an account? How do you get those 200 credit points so that you can utilize and practice whatever Vimal sir is teaching in this GCP workshop? So please have patience. Don't worry. Everybody of you all will be able to take the benefit and practice. So by the time till we complete this for the day today, 1:30 or 2 o'clock, just learn whatever Vimal sir is teaching, jot down everything. And by the end of the program today, I will definitely share that in the respective WhatsApp group. Thank you, everybody.
So guys, let's continue. So let's do the further practicals, right? So guys, I told you in the GCP cloud, any of the services, if we want to utilize, you have to first create a project, and that project should be associated with your billing account. Okay, but right now guys, I have created one more project. It's called Pro Project. It's also come up. It's not come up in the recent. You can go for all. In the all, you can see this project is here. But this is a new project I have created, and by chance this project is not actually associated with our billing account. Billing account. So you won't see any billing account information here. And without the billing account, if you try to use any services, for example, if you try to use a compute service or maybe any other services, it won't allow you. Because without billing account, right, you can't use. So you say here enable the billing account. So if you go to any of the SS, any of the services, they ask you to enable the billing account, right? So so if you want to enable this billing account, just click here. Okay, it will take you to ask you to enable the billing account. Either you can do from here, set the account, or you can go to that billing page, and from there you can also enable this part. So they associate my project with the billing account. And now we can very quickly check from here also. Just go and check in the billing. They will show you one more project has been associated. Okay, this is one small thing. And obviously guys, after the billing account is associated, you can you can enable your APIs. Okay, so by chance some of the API they automatically enable for you, or maybe you can enable the API from your command line. So I told you guys the command line how to use it. So this is the command line we have used. Okay, and you can enable the API for this project. So API guys, you can think it is something like something like your services or product, right? So enable the API. And anybody who want to learn more about the API is just as common term everywhere we use any of the cloud or any of the product you use. But anybody want to go more in deep dive into the API and also want to know how API to be created, even though none of the none of the cloud training cover, they always cover how to use the API. Nobody cover how to create the API. And anybody who are interested in how to create the API and to see an internally how it work. So guys, right now we have one community called IIEC, and under IIEC community we are running one campaign called Rise. In the Rise campaign, guys, I am delivering a Python training from very basic to advanced. So today again we have one more batch in the evening at 8 o'clock. I think almost everybody here is a part of this campaign, but anybody who are not, if they want to learn the Python, and plus to, and today guys my plan is to explain you how to create your own API. I will go in very deep dive inside the API so you can get the eye level idea how API is being created. So in the future, any other platform you use or cloud or other platform, you logically understand the use of the API and how it works behind the scene. Okay, so today's you guys, you can join this particular program, and if you want, if you don't have a process how to join, so we'll ask my team, they will put in your WhatsApp group, right? This is one thing, right? But typically API here they already have, but only thing I have to do here, so right now in my projects and my project, okay, uh, this for project, pro project, right? If you go to if I go to this particular project, if I go inside this project, okay, and guys, one more thing, in the cell, if you double click, if you go highlight, it will automatic save for you. After save, you can do Control C to paste, right? To paste. So you can directly copy paste to here this way. So if you see guys, in this project, does we have compute services running? So guys, now you can say computer service enabled for you. But if it's not enabled, by chance they enable for you, because I enable from my graphical portal. But if you're not enabled, you can use that last command to enable this, right? So this command you can use to enable. Last time guys, this command failed, but it's running, it is running now because I associate my project with the billing account. So if you want to use any services or known as API, you have to associate your project with the billing account. And without the project, you won't enable to launch any of the services. This is the any of the main service I can say. Okay. So let me start from here. So guys, my plan is guys is very big today. It take 1.5 hour to complete this particular plan. So what exactly I am going to do? Let me explain you the complete concept. So guys, my plan is to launch one OS that is known as VM in the US, in one of the region of the US, and one VM I'm going to launch in one of the region in Asia, in the city called Singapore. That's what we are going to do. Okay, so this is one of my plan. But before guys, I launch the VM, because when you launch the VM, you have to first create some your customized VPC. What is VPC? I will explain you in from very basic. So in after half an hour, you will understand the meaning of VPC. And there's two VPC there, so we have to connect these guys together. So because they're two different cities or two different countries or continent, I told you guys here we can utilize the power of Google private network. They're super fast, very reliable, very secure. So these VM can communicate to each other across the globe, and inside the tunnel of the Google fiber optic cables, right? Okay, for this we have to understand multiple concepts. So today's plan, guys, is to implement this kind of practical. If you have two VM running and want to transfer some data or connect to each other across the globe, how you can do it. But for this, you have to understand first VPC, subnet, peering. So all those things guys will cover. It's so simple topic if you understand logically, right? So I explain you guys in a minute. But before this, because you guys might be new in the cloud, so you should know how to launch the VM, how to launch the OS. So let me first take this particular topic in a very simple way, then we'll go to this particular plan. Okay, so right now guys, my first plan is how to use a service called Google Compute Engine. For this we need API enabled, that is enabled already. We need to have one project, that we have a project with us. So in this project, I'm going to use this service, and this service is specially meant to launch the OS or the OVM. So let me guys start launching. So right now I'm using dev project. You can use anything. I'm using this project. After you go inside this particular project, okay, just select Compute Engine, click here, you will land it to this particular page. Okay, and right now guys, I by chance I'm in the VM instance link here. or because I don't have any OS. So they ask you, do you want to launch any new OS or do you want to launch any new VM? Obviously, yes, I can say yes, great. So this is the first page you always see. So I'll click on the create instance. Now here guys, what you have to do, if guys, when you want to launch the OS, what you need, let me first list out those things, right? If you want to launch the OS, you need RAM, you need CPU, you need hard disk. Okay, these are the things you need. Plus, if you want to launch any OS, or do you want to install any OS, guys, so any OS, guys, if you want to, for example, I would like to launch Windows operating system, or maybe a Red Hat Linux operating system, those called RHEL. So what you want, if you want to install this OS, you need bootable DVD. Okay, or it is also known as image. You need operating system image. So from this image or from this DVD, you can install any of the OS n number of times. Okay, so one more thing, guys, you need is the OS image. But right now, guys, because we are going to launch this OS on the top of the hardware of the Google Cloud, so obviously you have to also pick one more thing. Okay, Google Cloud, guys, if you need any hardware from the Google Cloud, you have to go to the Google Cloud data center. And guys, data center we always manage within the region. Let's say Mumbai J region. And in the region, right, my data center is known as zone. So you have to tell to the Google Cloud that I would like to use Mumbai as a region, or Singapore as a region. And in the Mumbai, if you have 3 zone or 3 data center, I would like to use this particular data center. So just please go to this data center and give me this much RAM and CPU and this much hard disk. And after give me this much RAM and hard disk, I would like to use one of my OS image, maybe Windows, maybe Linux, maybe Red Hat, or maybe other or other OS. I would like to launch this particular OS. So that's what, guys, you have to tell here. Okay. So for this, here you have to give my OS name. Okay. So let's say I would like to give my OS a name called OS1. You just give any name, right? So here you can give the OS name OS1. Okay. Then guys, here they ask you in which region you would like to launch. So let's say my plan is to launch my OS in the Asia Pacific, Asia. In Asia, I would like to use Mumbai. And in Mumbai, we have right now we have 3 zone or 3 data center. So let's say I would like to launch in one A data center. So guys, this is the way to tell the GCP cloud that in the Mumbai, this data center you have, please launch my OS there. And I want I want from this particular data center, right, the 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 OS I need, the hardware I need is called machine. The machine that I need has this much RAM, CPU, and hard disk. How can you select this? So if you go down, it's called machine configuration. Okay, machine configuration, and say the machine type I need is one CPU and around 4 GB memory or RAM. Or you can change the type, right? For example, I say no, I want 32 CPU or I want 96 CPU or this much RAM. So there's a huge computing power you can provide. Depend, guys, how which kind of program you need. If you think your program need a lot of CPU and RAM, you can select those things. And obviously, guys, if you go for higher, they will charge you much. Right now, if you see right now, they selected N1 standard one. This is the name they give you. It's called type. It's called machine type. So right now I use a machine type. That the name, this is just a name, is N1 hyphen standard N1 hyphen standard hyphen 1. So under this type, they are giving you one CPU or around 4 GB RAM. And guys, right now, if you check about the price of this thing, you can go and search Google. Can you tell me the cost of N1 standard type machine? So they will tell you, okay, I will charge you this much dollar per minute or per hourly. So here you can just go and check the complete pricing, how much they charge. But sometime also here also they show you in the portal that how much they charge. So they say they say we will charge you for this machine around $30 per month, or because we charge hourly. So if you run only for 1 hour, I will charge you this much dollar or cent per hour. Okay, so rather than you purchase your hardware beforehand, or just invest up, initially by paying the computer hardware fees. If you think you want to run this hardware for 2 hours, just run it, and they will charge for 2 hours. And after 2 hours, shut down the OS. And if the OS shut down, they won't charge you. So it's kind of like on on demand basis, pay as we go model. Okay, they'll charge you. But right now, guys, because we are into the free trial, and they give you $300 free, and in the Indian currency, this is 21,000 rupees. Okay, so initially till 21,000 rupees, they will charge you from a free credit. Okay, free credit. So don't worry, but it's good practice to keep on checking your billing account. So if you want to continue, you can pay from further amount from the credit card. But otherwise, otherwise for initial practicals or basic practicals, $300 would be enough, right? So these are different machines we have. Okay, some machine we have is called memory optimized. Means they give you more RAM here. So here 40 CPU they give you, and this much RAM they give you. Okay, if you select this here, they're not showing you the details how much they bill, but you can go and search in the Google, and sorry guys, and they tell you how much RAM and CPU they consume. Compute means they will give more CPU, so multiple. If you want some more CPU, uh, then you can use this, right? So depend upon guys requirement to requirement. In some software or application, you want more memory, you want some where you need more CPU, or general purpose just for general purpose, right? Just for basic workload you can plan, right? So again, this training is not about the planning of the costing or planning for the workload. Just try to give very big overview. For our practicals, I am going to use general purpose. Or for our practical, I'm going to use the one of the cheapest one is called N1 standard. Let's give one CPU and this much RAM. That is more than enough for us. Okay, so let me share this screen also to you. Okay, so this is very straightforward thing. So finally guys, what I did, I told these guys how much RAM and CPU I need. Okay, plus you to tell one more thing, which OS image you want, which OS you would like to install or boot. So for this, if you go down here, they talk about a boot disk. Means which OS or which OS image you need. By default, they selected one Linux flavor called Debian, but we can change. So I click here and I say, just can you change this? Can you please change this? So here we have a different flavor, a different operating system we have. Do you want to use Red Hat? You want to launch a Ubuntu? You want to launch a Windows? Okay, if you, for example, I say a Windows, then they tell you which version of the Windows, Windows 12, Windows 16, Windows 2019, which flavor you want. Okay, so multiple OS they have, you can pick from any of the OS. Okay, but right now I'm going for CentOS. Why CentOS? There's nothing special, but CentOS is like a Red Hat. So anybody who work on Red Hat, would be exactly same. Okay, and CentOS we have a different version, so I'm going to use CentOS 7. It is a more stable version. Even though we have 8 also, but CentOS 7 has a more stability plus some other extra support we have that might not be we find in 8. Okay, but you can use guys any flavor, whatever feel like. Okay, so I'm going to launch my OS from the boot disk or for the boot image called CentOS version 7. It is like a Linux operating system, like a Red Hat. And for for launching this OS, I am attaching one hard disk, because guys, when you install any operating system, you need hard disk, and hard disk is known as block storage, and block storage is always persistent. It's called persistent device, PT. So that is one persistent disk. Yes, here PD persistent disk is called 20 GB in size. So you can change the size, but I think 20 GB is more than enough for us. So I'll go for 20 GB. And let me select. So now we change the boot disk or image called CentOS version 7 with 20 GB hard disk. So finally, guys, this is our requirement. Okay, our requirement is to use this my RAM, hard disk plus the image. This is the main thing you have to decide here. We have done. Some more options we have: firewall, networking, other things that we will discuss in some minute. And one more great thing, guys, about this portal of the GUI is whatever you select, we are doing everything from the web UI. But if you are interested in the CLI, most of the time we normally would like to work on the CLI. So either you create your own command the way I explain, you just go to help and create the command. But whatever guy you configure here, Amazon, sorry, Google has given you a pre-created command for this. So in the last, you can see command line. So whatever options you selected, whatever image you given, whatever RAM and CPU you given, it's called machine types. Okay, they create one command for you. So you don't have to create your own command. You can use this command and you can run this command. The command look very big, but they cater for you. So here in the very simple note, if you can see, they create one instance for me with name called OS1. They're launching the OS in Asia South A1. This is one of the zone in Mumbai, and some more things they they have updated for us that they will do behind the scene for us. So you can copy this command and run this command in your command line. Or maybe anybody who are the DevOps engineer and automation engineer, they can use this command in their particular products to automate the things, right? Because 99% guys I've seen, we don't use this kind of web portal in the real world. We always use commands. Okay, so because this is the Google initial training basic workshop, actually I say, so I don't want to focus much on the command line, but I keep on talking some commands, so you guys will be a little bit comfortable in the future. And if you know the concept and the approach that I'm going to explain you how to get the command, so as you know the new concept in the Google Cloud, same approach you can use to create your own customized command. Either you can pick the command from here, or you can also create your own command. We'll show you guys some more example of the command line. But typically it is so simple. Thing guys is so interesting. Now you are launching your own OS on the Mumbai data center of the Google. There's one interesting thing, right? Second interesting is same data center where Google is running their service like Gmail or Google search. But till now, guys, we just use the Gmail services or Google search. Okay, but right now we are getting the chance to launch our OS in the data center of the Google. And because this OS we launch, so we have a capability to go inside this OS and configure and set up according to requirement. Okay, whatever we have the requirement, right? That's what we'll see in a minute. So other option guys will see in next go, but right now I just go and create this. So they are launching the OS. They're launching the OS. Sometimes I've seen, especially in the Mumbai data center, Mumbai data center, they are very busy occupied. I don't know why. Okay, occupied. So if I ask to launch and ask them, can you provide some RAM and CPU in my free trial account so I can launch my OS in the Mumbai data center? So they fail. Right now, guys, they fail here. They fail here. I don't know the reason why they fail. Okay, but if I try to check in the notification here, they say there is not enough resources available in this zone. This is called Mumbai. Okay, either you try after some time, and if you have some resource available, they will give you. Resource means the RAM and CPU. Okay, but if they don't provide you, so what can I do? I can go and change my 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 zone, right? So let me guys create one more time. I'm going to create one more instance here. Same instance. So let's say this is OS number 2. Okay, and right now I'm launching this OS into Singapore region with let's say in 1A zone or the data center of Singapore. Everything is same and nothing changing, but let me change to my OS image called CentOS Linux with the version 7. Otherwise everything is same. No difference. One is one thing. So I don't know guys at what time they have the resource available or not, but sometime in my exam time I've seen from, especially from my free tier account, Mumbai are fully occupied. Okay, let me launch. Singapore, I normally see they are not so much occupied. And this time you might see it will launch. So launching the OS is so simple. It's not big deal. Not big deal. So there's no error come up and they launch. So you can think, guys, right now you launch one entire OS, one entire OS. Okay, or you can see one more time, we can launch, you launch one entire server in the Singapore. So right now, guys, I am in my city. Typically my hometown is Jaipur. So right now I am in the Jaipur, one city, and my OS is running on the Singapore. So I can connect this OS. Okay, so because this is my OS, and why you launch, because you want to go inside this OS, and after you go inside this OS, you want to do something. Maybe you want to launch a Firefox, or you want to launch some program, or you want to set up database, you want to set up web server. Let's say I have a requirement. I would like to set up my web server. Why I would like to set up my web server? Because I would like to run my website. That's my plan. Before this, you have to first go inside this OS. You have to log in inside this OS. The only challenge is, only challenge is this OS is in the Singapore. I am in the different city. So how to log in? Obviously, via networking. Okay, but guys, if from your laptop or from my laptop, if I go to this OS, we have to use certain way to go there. There's called certain protocol we have to use. So typically, guys, if this server is a Linux flavor, is Linux operating system, so protocol that you use is called SSH. But if this server running somewhere in the world on the network, maybe internet or maybe in any other location, right? So if you want to connect to this OS, if it's Windows, then protocol normally we use in the Windows is called RDP. So OS to OS, guys, thing will vary. So in the Linux, we use SSH protocol. So how to connect? Three things you require, guys. If you want to connect to this OS, you require the IP of this OS. Then you require username of this OS. You got password of this OS. So you will use three things from here. You will use the IP. How you get the IP? You get the IP from here. This is the IP of my OS. Okay. Okay. And after you have IP, you require a username and the password. But typically, guys, in the real world, if you if you use Linux as the OS, okay, and if you want to log in using SSH way or to call SSH protocol, a password is not a great way to log in. Instead of the password, we use a key. So think, guys, key is like a password, username is a user. So we'll use username, we use this key to log in on the site. Okay, but guys, if you use any other cloud like AWS cloud, so you have to manually create a key. You have to go to your system and use some product to log in via SSH. But Google gave you very simple way, right, to do this, right? Even though without knowing the username, without knowing the key, or maybe without knowing the IP address, one click they will connect to you. They will connect for you. How? So after you launch the OS and Google automatically detect this is the Linux OS, so they give you options here. You can connect via SSH, and if you will click here, they say you can connect via browser. So you don't have to fetch the private key or the username or the IP address. One click, they will connect for you. So very simple thing, guys. As such, in the Amazon, we don't have this kind of option for all the OS. Some of OS they provide you, but in the Google, almost in all the OS they provide this facility. So very simple, guys. So even though anybody who don't know what is private key or what is SSH, anybody can connect. Just click here and they connect. So guys, finally, I am in my city. In my city, but from my city, guys, I'm connecting to one of my OS, and this OS guy is running in the Singapore, and I can get the complete access of this OS. So they are doing, and now guys, we got the access. So because this is Linux, so normally in the Linux we always work in the command line. So they give the command line of this OS. But right now, guys, this OS is running in one of the data center or one of the zone of Singapore. That's a great thing. Okay, and whatever I do here, okay, for example, if you want to see how many RAM we have, so there's one command in Linux called free -. So around 4 GB RAM I have is in MB, 3.5 GB RAM I have. Okay, but where I consuming this RAM from? This RAM we are consuming from for Google data center of the Singapore. Okay, and the Google data center, they give the complete access by using this OS. So using this OS, I can do everything. Okay, so this is one great thing. So similarly, you can launch your OS anywhere in the world. And launching this OS, either you can use this kind of graphical way, or I can use my command line way also. We can create a command to launch the OS. I'll show you in a minute how to create this command. But before, guys, I explain you this particular command. But this is, guys, great facility. The Google provide you SS you don't have in proper support in AWS cloud if anybody work on AWS cloud. But here we can get direct access from the browser and we can connect. And because this is OS, this is a new fresh Linux OS. Whatever you guys know in the Linux OS, you want to do Python programming, Java programming, run your Docker, microservices, big data, Hadoop cloud, whatever technology guys you work on, you can run here. But very quickly, if I want to show you a demo, what I'm going to show you here as a very simple demo, because I got my server, I got my VM or operating system running running somewhere in the Singapore. So I'm going to launch my website here. For this, I'm going to launch web server here. Okay, so how to do? So for this, guys, this is a Linux, and anybody who know the Linux. So right now I have login with the account called this is a user. They automatically create for us. Okay, automatically create for us. But in the Linux, guys, we always log in with a root account. For this, you can use sudo su-root. So now I have logged my root account. Root is a user in Linux that has all the power. Okay, there's all the power. So you want to do anything in the Linux operating system, you have to normally first have to log in with the root account. Okay. So what I'm going to tell you guys, this is the complete OS running somewhere in the cloud in the Singapore data center. So in this, on the top of this OS, whatever you would like to do, you can do here. For example, my plan is to launch the web server. And because we know this OS is the CentOS. So anybody who ever work on Red Hat operating system, the command is exactly the same in CentOS also. Okay, so in the Red Hat, if you want to install any software, you can use the command called yum. Yum is a command in Red Hat to install any to install any software. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to install one software. Again, guys, this is the Linux command, right? This command is not at all the command of your GCP cloud, because I'm inside my OS. Now it doesn't matter your OS is running in your laptop or OS is running on the cloud. It doesn't matter. OS is OS. They never know where they are running. So command for the OS is always the same. So this is my CentOS or Red Hat system. So yum is the command to install some software. For example, I'm looking to install a web server. So this is the name of the web server software. Or maybe I have planned to do programming PHP. I can install PHP also. I can install Python also. Multiple language or program we can install here. But my plan is to configure the web server. This is what I want. So for this, what I'm going to do. So sorry guys, very much cough and cold. So my plan, guys, is to configure or set up the web server. Why? So I can run or host my website. That's my plan. And great thing, guys, here, because this web server I'm configuring in the top of the OS, and this OS is getting the hardware from the data center of the Google. So we guys know Google hardware is so reliable. So it is pure Edward OS, guys. Their hardware SS won't fail. The SS won't face any issue of some security issues or something like this. So what are the reliability, guys, Google can give you? That much your reliability you can get from your OS. Okay, and one more thing, guys, because you launch the OS in the Google Cloud, so they also give you one IP address. That's called public IP address. So in the entire world, anybody can connect to this OS. So if I launch my web server or website, anybody in the world can access my website using the public IP or real IP. And where you find the real IP, this is the IP. This is the external IP or called real IP or public IP they give you. So in this IP, I'm inside this OS. Okay. After I configure a website, I can give this IP to all of my customer. And whenever any customer come to this IP, they can see my site. Okay. But interesting thing is my complete site or website is running on the top of this OS, and this OS is running on the top of Google data center. So all the reliability that and the confidence that you have in the Google, that's very, very important, because for the company website or web application is their business, right? So I want very much reliability because the Google, we know it is very reliable system. Okay, so that's what guys we are going to do here. So what I'm going to do, on the top of this OS, I am going to configure server. And for server, there's a software called HTTPD. I am going to install here. So this software I'm going to install to configure the server. Okay, so let me share this command to you. And guys, we already announced you. Anybody who are facing the any issue in configuring um, one minute. In configuring um, the GCP account because of your debit card, my team already announced you after the today's class or today's workshop. After we conclude, we'll share you some steps. So we have from by my team, we have find some way through which you can create your GCP account without your credit card or the debit card, right? So after the break, you can use that process. That in this process, you will get automatically some credit score or credit amount, and you can utilize that account to practice all this things, right? But you don't miss anything. Everything I explaining you here, plus all the screenshots I shared to you. So after the workshop, you can practice everything. Okay. So I say yes. Do you want to install software? I say yes. So it's pretty simple, guys. So technically, in my system, we have configured this server. So we have installed the software for a web server. Why we need a web server? Because I would like to host my site. So if you have any developer, if you are a developer and you want to run your website, okay, just create a website and copy here. Or if you don't know how to create the website, a very simple page you can create. How? So there's one folder here. Okay, this is called where WSTML. So according to web server, they say if you create any file here, we will treat this file as your website. So I'm going to guys create one file here with the cat command. This is a command of Linux, and I'm going to create one page called index.html. And guys, this page is your home page. So again, guys, this is not actually the concept of GCP. I'm just trying to show you very quickly how to create a website. But anybody who are any confusing in this part, we will guys, I'll ask my team. They will share you one of my video where I explain you what is a web server, plus how to configure it. So I'm little bit quickly, I'm doing this part here because my main plan is to talk more on GCP. Okay, but little bit quickly, I'm just want to, do this part, right? And say, this is my web website by Linux Word. That's all in Control D. So this file created. Okay. So finally, whatever page you write here, either you create your page or ask your developer, they create a page for you. Okay, and finally, you have to start your program. It's called services. This is the way we can start. That's all, guys. Your server created. So the 3 steps you have to do, and finally, your server created. So install I can use the history command, install the software, create the page, start the program, start the services. So guys, this server has been configured as a web server, And this web server is running on the top of this OS, and this OS is there on the Singapore data center. So anybody who come to this OS and connect to my server, okay, they can see my site. But internally, they are running the site on the top of Google Cloud Computing. Okay. So, one minute. Okay. So how can you guys connect? So because Google has given me a public IP that's called external IP, that's called real IP. So anybody who has this real IP, they can connect my site. Even though guys, you can also try whichever country you guys from. These are real IP. Okay, and right this point in time, nobody has this particular IP. So you can click and copy on a clipboard, and if you try to connect, you can connect, right? Hit and you can see my site. Okay, you see my site. But right now, guys, you can see it is not connecting. They and after some time they will feel they still still again they are waiting for this site to connect. Why? There's some simple reason for this. Right now, because my OS, this is my OS, or I can say my server is running in the data center of Google in this cloud. And right now we are trying to connect from our laptop. So we are the client for this website or web server. So if you try to connect this server, okay, can we connect? Answer yes. But typically, guys, before you connect, Google has placed one security device here, and this security device called firewall. And Google say if anybody from outside world, if outside world try to come in your server, block this guy, don't allow this guy, deny this guy. This is called traffic. So any traffic come from outside world inside the OS, they have to go via this security device called firewall. And in the firewall, they write this called rule and say anybody come in from outside world, and this come in called ingress, ingress, ingress traffic. So anybody come in, don't allow. Okay, but let me try one more thing here. So because we know the IP address, we know the IP. Let me copy this IP. I'll go to my base Windows and open my command prompt of Windows. And from here, if I try to ping this IP just to check the connectivity, my ping is working. That's good. No challenge. Ping is working. So Google has write the rule in the firewall that anybody come in for ping, allow. But anybody come in to access the web server, don't allow. So they create this rule in the firewall. But because we know, guys, this is my database server or web server or app server, and I create this server for my public client. I want anybody in the world, any of the client in the world can connect me. So if you want anybody in the world can connect you, so you have to go to your firewall of this OS and write one more rule to allow something. Okay, so what I would like to allow, I would like to allow anybody come in, anybody come in my OS in call ingress. I want to allow. Or for what? Web server, mail server, databases. We know, guys, this is a web server. So I would like to allow for web server. Web server. And guys, one more basic thing about the networking. Every server work on certain program. Every server has a program, and every program has a one unique port number. Okay. So web server guys work on a port number called 80. So what I want, guys, any client, any client come in is called ingress, allow for this port. Very basic terminology, guys. You guys might know, but again, I'm explaining this basic concept, especially for those guys who are very new. So you have to create this kind of rule where in your security device called firewall. How can you create? You can just go down this option called set a firewall rule. So here they give you option to control your traffic. Just click on the set a firewall. You will be landed to the firewall page. Firewall page. And what you notice, guys, here, okay, we have certain this is a firewall page, and these are the further certain rules we have. And if you notice very small rule here, they apply here. They say anybody target. Sorry. Let me. Oh, 1 minute. Let me copy this. So if you, it is not showing completely, but here they write here. If you see this particular line filter. Okay, let me copy this part. They already have written some rule. They say anybody who try to come in your OS. Okay, OS means my OS target. So anybody who try to come inside your OS, who come client. So for the client, this OS is called target. So anybody who come inside this target, any of the target, maybe in my Google, I can launch hundreds of OS. So any of the OS, anybody come. Okay, from where? From any of the client. And guys, in the networking world, right, any means 0.0.0.0 slash 0. This is actually representation of the number in the networking world. This number say any client in the world or anybody in the world. So they write here. So here they write, it's not visible compared by the here they write 0.0. So I would have to allow all the client IPs. So any client in the world allow. For what? ICMP. So guys, ping, you guys know the command for connectivity. Ping work on a protocol ICMP. So whenever we say ICMP, it means ping is what allow. So because this rule is already there, already there, that is a reason we have a connectivity. But if you don't see, you can't see any rule for port number 80 for 80 port. So we have a rule for 22. So anybody know SSH? SSH work on port number 22. And guys, that is a reason that is a reason we can able to connect via to the system. Okay. And if you anybody know about RDP, so RDP work on this port. So if you launch any OS or Windows, you can connect. If you launch any OS or Linux, you can connect. So these are guys pre-created rule of the firewall in your in your Google Cloud. Okay, but we don't have a rule for 80 port number because 80 is for web server. We don't have a rule for 25 port number. 25 is for mail server. Because Google doesn't know what is your final purpose, right? Google say if you want to launch website, you just go and create your own rule. Allow this particular part for your client. That's what you can do here. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do here. So my plan is that anybody who come to my OS in the Singapore region and to access my server and they try to access web server, I would like to allow them. For this, you have to create a rule. So in the top, you can see this option called rule. Create a firewall rule. So let me share this part. And here, guys, they give you can give the name, any name, for example, web allow. You just give the name of the rule. Okay. And here, what you have to do, which traffic you want to allow, I would like to increase. Means anybody come in, allow. Okay. So from outside to inside, anybody come, allow this part. For which target? So I would like to allow for all the instance. And what is network? When I go for guys VPC, I will explain what is network. So I want they allow for all the IPs. Okay. And for destination is from which which client. So I would like to allow for all the clients. Anybody in the world can connect. That's what I want. Okay. So anybody in the world. So they give the example also here. 0.0.0.0/0. So my destination means my client would be anywhere in the world. So any of the client can connect any of the OS. For which protocol? For which protocol? You want to allow for all? If you say all, they can connect with any of the port number, or you can specify. So I can say I would like to only allow for port number 80. 80 guys work on a TCP protocol actually internally. So I don't want to invest very much time here. Maybe a lot of guys are new and the port number and the firewall. my plan is not to talk much in this part because my main intention is to explain you further services here. So I don't explain you much here, but those who know IPs concepts, so they might understand this part. But otherwise, I'll share guys 2 videos for extra knowledge. Recently, I delivered for some training where I explain the complete basics of web server. Plus, one more video I will share with our networking, where I explain what is IP address, what is netmask, what is network, or other things also. So I'll share these 2 videos for you. You can go through video, you can get all the information if you want. So finally, guys, this firewall rule we create. That's all. And as soon as the rule create, now anybody would like to access any of the OS target that are launched in this project. Anybody in the world can access my port number 80. And guys, web server work on port number 80. So, so if I go to my Even though if you see, this is a part of VPC. What is VPC? We'll discuss in detail in some minutes. But if you go to Compute Engine again, if you go to VM instances, so anybody who know this particular IP address, they can connect my server. So I click here again. Let me try, or we have to do some more thing. Again, guys, it is not working. Why is not working? We have to do one more small thing. Okay. What we have to do? We have to because guys, this rule we have created somewhere else. We have to attach this rule here. Okay, we have to attach this rule here. How? You can think in this way. For example, right now we have launched my OS. We have launched my OS. In this OS we have a RAM. In this we have CPU, and my OS is running with some Linux OS. But guys, this OS is also have one network card. That's called NIC card attached. And this NIC card, guys, is connected to the real world, like internet. Okay. But before the NIC card, guys, they have the one firewall here. One firewall here. Okay. So we have a firewall here, but we have to tell this firewall, attach this firewall to this NIC card or to this network card. Okay. Normally they by default attach. I don't know why it's not working here, but they normally they attach by default. But we have to attach here. So you can see, guys, this one NIC card, network card they have. So what you have to do, just click on this NIC card, network card. Okay, network card. So right now I'm in this network card. This network card is associated with my OS, you know, this OS. So because guys, firewall is actually different device altogether. Normally we attach the firewall outside the OS normally. Right? So we have one operating system running, and this operating system has one network card. One network card. Okay. And if anybody want to come in this OS, they have to come via network card. Okay. And guys, depend which firewall we attach to this network card, they decide who can come in. And right now, guys, if you see, there's no firewall policies here, right? And if you see the by default rule of this firewall, of this network card, it's a little bit different rule. Okay. So if you click in the firewall rules, they don't have any rule for it. I don't know. I create a rule. It's come up here. It's come egress. I don't know why egress they have. So let me guys create one more time. One more rule. Let me create again. So they shouldn't be egress. 1 minute. I think I write the wrong there. Egress. So 1 minute. Let me go to firewall again. I thought I don't know why they select egress. Let me create one more time, because whatever rule you create, they automatically test to the system. I told you already. But 1 minute. So let me create again. HTTP allow ingress. Just give any name, and it is for ingress only. I don't know why this. Maybe I accidentally select egress, and for all the IPs and in the world over here. Okay, and allow for port number 80. Same thing I have done. Maybe by accident, by mistake, I selected this part there. Egress means inside out. If your OS want to go out, this called egress. But here I want ingress. Okay, let me create. So whatever guys rule you create, this rule update in this firewall, and this firewall, guys, is connected to your network card. Okay, because packet or traffic always come via network card, and whatever traffic come allow in the firewall, they go to network card, and through the network card they go inside the OS, and inside the OS we are running with the web server. Okay, so the rule in the egress, guys, we don't need. If you want to delete, you can delete. Maybe accidentally they created here. Egress is not important. Ingress is important here. Okay, so let's again go and check. So if I go very quickly to my compute services, same instances. And the best way to check what they allow. So guys, if you want anybody come in this OS, they always come via their physical network card. And if you click on this physical network card, ask them which firewall is been attached. So this network card say, I have attached with some firewall, and the rule in this firewall is this one, that anybody come in for port number 80, ingress is allowed. Is there. Now anybody who have this my public IP, they can see the site. So guys, anybody in the world, you guys also can try. You guys also can try. If you type this IP, you can see the website what I have created. So I can say my website is hosted publicly. Anybody in the world can use it. So there's very quick demo. My main intention, guys, here is intention over here is whatever technology you know, maybe you know Python, maybe you can launch the Python, do the Python programming here. You know Java, launch Java programming here. You know Docker, you can install the Docker if you know Docker here. And I highly suggest Docker is very core technology, so everybody should know Docker in today's world. So if anybody don't know about Docker, again I ask my team. We have some certain video on the Docker, very powerful technology, right? You should know. Or maybe for tomorrow class, if you have a basic knowledge of Docker, it will help you. So I'll ask my team to share some basic video of the Docker, because tomorrow I'm going to show you how to use Kubernetes. So if you have a basic knowledge of Docker, it will help you. Even though without knowledge Docker also, I'll explain you properly, but I'll share some video. So before the guys today class, just try to understand basic concept of the Docker. It help you. But because we have the OS, you can install the Docker. So anybody who know Docker, they can install. So I'm trying to tell you the possibilities for any technology you guys want to work on. You want to work on maybe databases to machine learning. If you have the OS, you can do anything. But for the OS, you need a RAM and CPU. From where you get it. And guys, in the simple term, this is the main use of the cloud computing. So cloud computing say, I can provide a complete hardware or complete resources to you. That's what the cloud computing guys say. Okay, so there's one very quick demo for us. Okay, but this guy's demo is pretty straightforward. Anybody who ever work on any cloud platform, this is a very simplest demo we can do. But for guys today, the main demo, after you understand this concept, I would like to show you how to connect two different data centers together. It's called PRE with the VPC. So I need half an hour more to show you that particular demo. So first, let me explain you guys the complete plan, what exactly we would like to implement today. Very interesting, powerful guys demo. Okay, and this is the way in the real world we also work. Okay, the example that I show you right now to launch the VM or the OS is just a basic demo, especially for those guys to give you the insight. If you are new in the cloud, this thing also you can do. You can go and launch your OS. Okay, this practical guys is very important. What I'm going to show you right now. So what's my plan guys here is, okay, so we have a two different team. One, we have a dev team and they have their own projects. One, we have production team, they have their own projects. So we have created two projects. Okay, two projects we have created. Okay, and what I want guys, let's say you have a requirement that in the person team guys want to launch one OS, VM or OS, right? Because we know guys, we know most of the customer that we have is from the US region. So I would like to launch my OS in the US. So this OS I would like to launch in the data center of US. Or maybe we have some developer team, and normally our development team in the Asia region, maybe in Singapore. So I would like to launch one OS or one VM for my developer, okay, in the Asia, let's say in the Singapore region. That's what I plan. Now, after this, guys, because you are launch your OS in the Singapore, and this OS you are going to launch in the US. Okay, maybe you might have a requirement, some of the data that you generated here in the production world. Let's say you have some data in the file, and you want to provide this file or this data to your developer team. Okay, now there's two ways to provide. One way, you can use this kind of real IP, this kind of real IP. Where it is, this kind of public IP, and using this public IP, you can transfer this data. But guys, anybody right now who is using this IP, you know what is happening behind the scene. Now, you know what is happening. For example, maybe you are a client, and from your laptop, guys, you hit my server right now. Because you hit my server with the IP, and this IP is called public IP. Public IP means internet IP. So technically, you are coming to the data center of the Singapore or this particular OS, okay, using the public internet. And I told you, guys, can you hold for a second, please? So, yeah. So from your laptop, guys, you come to my OS via public internet. So if you use, guys, my public IP, it's always take you to the Google data center to this particular OS via public IP, by public network. And public network is not at all secure. Plus, they are not reliable. Sometimes you get 1 Mbps speed, sometimes you might get 10 kbps speed. Okay, so my dev team can connect to this OS, your public IP, or using the internet connection. This is one possibility they have. It's called public IP or public internet they can use. But here I don't want to do this due to two reasons. One of security, and one is about the speed performance for latency. Okay, because I know this is the one of the data center of the of the Google. This is another data center of the Google, and between the data center, guys, I'll show you today. They have created one private network of the Google. Private doesn't mean a private. Private means Google has their own inter pipeline created, own network fiber optic cables created, or because they are Google own, so they maintain the complete security. No outsider can come in, and because they are fiber optic cable by the Google, the best performance or speed network they have created for us. So I don't want to use a public one. I would like to use a private network of the Google. That I want here. Before this, what you have to do, you have to launch one OS in Singapore. You have to launch one OS in the US. Okay. But before this, you have to know one more small thing, guys. Before you do so, whenever, guys, you launch, if you want to go for this particular practical, you have to do one more small thing. You have to understand one more concept of the cloud computing called VPC. Because without the VPC, it won't possible. So what a VPC is again long topic, but let me try to explain in the simplest and in the basic form. Okay, it is something like this. For example, right? For example, you have a company, and a company we have the lab. So you can think in this way. This is one company we have. In this company, you might have multiple labs. This is lab number 1. This is lab number 2. Okay, multiple labs you have. And now what we would like to do here, we have a requirement. Let's say this is lab number 1. This is the lab number 2. And this lab is entirely in my company. Okay. So guys, if any company bought some new hardware, some new PCs and server, they always put in the lab. So example, they hire or buy some server here, they put here. They buy one more server here, they put here. They buy some more laptops, they put here. Okay, so guys, why they put in the lab? Because in the lab they have some network devices, and using the network device they connect to these pieces. They have some network devices typically known as router and switches, they connect to these pieces, and they also get connect to each other. Different guys, they set up the network. Okay, so I can say here my company has one complete this premises here, right? And they have one lab and the second lab. And if they want to put any system so that they have a connectivity to the other systems, we need a lab, because lab has a one complete network setup. So this network has a switches as a device, if you guys know. This lab has some routers, if you guys know. The routers, they have everything. So I can say my company already has a network setup. So if you have your own company, either you can buy a land, create multiple labs, buy some devices, put the devices router, connect each other. After your network been set up, only then there is a meaning to buy some server, buy some hardware, install some laptops, or launch some operating system. Okay, so if you manage your own company, or managing your own lab, or you can say managing your own data center, you have to invest much time to managing this particular network. But if you go to cloud computing say, right, you don't have to worry about the land. You don't have to worry about the labs, and you don't have to worry about the router, network, and devices or IP addresses. Everything we have configured for you, and that is known as network as a service. And we have one product who give you networking as a service, and name of the product is called VPC. VPC. So using the VPC as a product, what can you do? You can create your own company. You can think like you can create your own company in my data center. It's not a real company, but it look like this is the this is the premises they have. So it's a real land, right? But Google say or Amazon say same kind of premises of the boundary you can also create. Look like real, but it's not real. So there's a reason, guys, P is called private. So you can create your own private virtual cloud. Cloud means you can create your own company here, own data center here, and this is private to you. The way you have in your real company, but it's not real. So we can use the virtual. But whatever you can do in the real world, you have your own personal building, your own personal labs. Okay, everything I can give to you. Nobody can go inside your lab. It is private to you, it's secure for you. So VPC is a service called virtual private cloud. You can think VPC is a way to create your own company building. And this building, you can normally use a term called, you can create your own network here, something like this. And this network, you can create as much as a lab you can do. And in this world, guys, this lab is known as subnet. So only thing you have to do, you can create a network. Inside the network, you can create a subnet. Network is something like your company, your building. Subnet is something like your lab. But great thing is, you don't have to worry about the router and switches and the further thing. All the further connectivity, everything we have provided to use. Only thing what you have to do, you just go and launch the OS. But only one small thing you have to do when you launch the OS, you have to tell which company you would like to launch the OS, which network you want to launch the OS, or which subnet you want to launch the OS. Okay, you want to launch the OS. Okay, that's what you can do. Otherwise, everything I can configure for you. I can configure for you. So or in the other world, you can say, guys, in the other term, you can say in any of the cloud computing, especially if you talk about GCP cloud here, if you want to launch any OS, any VM, it won't possible, guys. You can launch the OS without any subnet. When you launch any OS, it should be part of some of the subnet. Otherwise, without subnet, you won't able to launch it. Why? Because subnet is a lab. Lab has some switches, routers, wires, connectivity. If you want to launch any OS in any subnet, this OS won't have a connectivity. And obviously, guys, without the connectivity, how can you give access to your outside customers, or how can you access? So, guys, in any of the cloud or in the GCP cloud, launching your OS in one lab is compulsory. It won't possible, guys. You want to launch the OS and you say, I don't want any subnet, I don't want any lab, I don't want any VPC. So VPC is a service name. It will create an entire network for you, entire building for you. And inside this network, you can create as much as labs, typically here known as subnets. Okay, it's something like this. Okay, so it's a long topic, guys, but this is the simplest possible I can explain you. So if you go ahead and check here, there's one service in the networking called VPC. Okay, if I click here, so they say, guys, because you are on a dev project, so they create one network for you. This is called default network. Okay, and they create lots of lab for you. That's called subnets. And every lab they give the same name: default, default, default. There are multiple labs they create for you. Why they create multiple labs? There's a reason for this. For example, when you create a new project, guys, they will create one network for you. Network, guys, think like your company building. In this building, they create multiple subnet. Subnet is like a lab in your company. And how many lab they create? Like they create lab number 1, lab number 2, lab number 3. Every lab they give the same name. Why? Because there's one more concept, guys, here. Whenever you create the lab, that time you have to decide which data center you want to launch the lab. So I can say I would like to launch the lab in Mumbai data center 1A. This lab I would like to launch in Mumbai 1B data center. Okay. So again, guys, when you create the lab or the subnet, that time you can decide where you want to launch the lab. So if you see here, this lab, they launch in US region. This lab they launch in Asia. This lab they launch in Singapore, I think. This Singapore. Okay, so you can think, guys, your company is like a multinational company. Okay, and your building is a huge building, and across the world, you can think. And in the complete building across the world, you have multiple labs. One lab you have in US, one lab in Asia, Europe, one you have in Singapore. Okay, multiple lab you have. Or because you have one of the lab in US, so we can launch one over here. You have the one of the lab in Singapore, you can launch one OS here. But I told you guys, if you want to launch any OS, always launch inside the lab, and lab is always inside one of the data center, because finally data center is the one who gives the RAM and CPU, right? So even though if you go to your current compute engine, and if you ask this OS, which data center you launch on, they say I launch in Singapore. But they can't launch directly on the Singapore. They have to first launch inside one lab. Okay, so if you click here, if you ask them which lab you launch on, or which subnet you launch on, and subnet is part of one VPC, one network. They tell you I launch in this VPC or I launch in this network. Okay, so let me come up. I'll show you. So guys, after you understand very high level concept of this, so what's my plan? What I'm going to do here? Okay, very interesting plan, guys. What I'm going to do here, I am going to create one building, entire new building. Okay, this building look like real, but they are not real. The entire new building I'm going to create. Okay, and this building by chance known as VPC, or I can say known as network. And in this building, guys, I'm going to launch one lab. Typically here, they are known as subnet. And this subnet, guys, or this network, I'm going to launch in the US. That's my plan. And this entire setup, guys, I would have to manage inside the dev environment. Let's say for my last example, this is not US, let's say this Singapore. One more building I would like to configure here. Okay. And this building, again, is known as network, VPC network. I'm going to create one more lab. Let's say I just give the lab number 2 here. It's called typical subnet. And this lab, guys, I'm going to launch because when you create a subnet, they always ask which data center you want to launch on. So I'm going to launch this in the US. I launch on. Okay, and this complete networking I would like to manage from the project called production. So this team manage this building, this team manage this network. Why? Because without having the building, without having the lab, it is impossible to launch the OS. So they would like to launch their OS. They would like to launch their OS. Why? Maybe they have their different application to run. In this OS, they might launch web server. In this OS, they might launch database server or maybe XYZ. So this setup I would have to do here very quickly. Okay. But finally, guys, because you will see this is an entire 2 independent projects. And they're 2 independent VPC in the 2 independent regions in the data center across the globe. So you'll see there is no by default connectivity. By default connectivity. The only available connectivity between these guys is public network. And I don't want to use public network. It's not at all secure, plus not reliable. The good thing is because both the data center, both the network, I'm going to launch in the Google data center managed by Google. So I will use the Google global link, network link, Google network, private network. Okay, they're super fast in terms of speed plus the security also. So we'll establish, guys, this link between this VPC to this VPC. So 2 building I'm going to connect each other. And guys, if you want to connect 2 VPC or 2 independent VPC, it doesn't matter. They belong to 2 different projects or they belong to 2 different countries. So if you want to connect 2 VPC and want to establish a network between 2 connections using your private channel, your private network, internet, private internal network, then this is called VPC peering. How to do? It's pretty simple, but let me do step by steps. Okay. So yeah, this was OS, guys, that we already launched. If you go down, they show you somewhere. This OS, whatever you launch, or whatever you launch, it is not showing here properly. But if you edit this part of OS that we launched already, okay, here they show you again, but very small thing, guys, but always when you want your OS launch, okay, OS launch. So for example, this OS launch, let's say this OS launch, and if you want this OS will connect to outside world, we need network card, right? Network card is the one who connect to these devices. So that's what, guys, I'm trying to tell you here. So my network card is connect to default VPC. It's connected to default VPC. Even though if you click here, they tell you which network they connected, means VPC, or which subnet they created. Okay, they are talking this way. Okay, so again, it's not important here, but I'm trying to tell you here, it is impossible to launch the OS without putting the OS in any of the lab, right? It is compulsory to launch the OS in one of the lab. That's called one of the subnet, and subnet is always a part of one VPC or one big network. So let me start from here. This is the pre-default VPC we already have, but I would like to create a new VPC. How? So for this, my plan, guys, is this one. First, I will go for my dev, my development project. Okay, this is my development project, and I'll go to a service called VPC. Okay, so I click here. When you create a project, they all automatic give you pre VPC created, but I don't want to use this. I would have to create my own. Okay. So in my development guys, they have one network already created. I don't want to use. I will have to create my own. How? The option called create VPC network. Click. And here they ask you, okay, you are going to create a VPC. Yes, I say yes. I just give VPC dev project. So this is VPC for the dev project. Okay, just give any name. Do you want to create your own? This is guys, it is like a building. One building I'm creating here. Inside the building, how many lab you want or how many subnet you want. So I would like to subnet create one lab. So let's say this is lab number 1. I would like to create. Okay, now here they're asking you, you want this lab where? So I want my lab to be in Singapore. Okay, so I want my lab to be in Singapore. And by chance you guys, I show you guys here, they never give the name, they give the ID. So if you go and search in Google, you'll see Asia Southeast 1 is the Singapore ID. Singapore, right? So I'm going to launch my this particular lab in the Singapore. Okay, and what are you going to do in this lab? In this lab, guys, I would like to launch the OS. But what Google will do for you? So whenever guys you create the lab, Google automatic internally do lots of networking setup for you. They put one switch for you, they put one router device for you, and anybody know about networking, there's one more server called DSCP server, they configure for you. Okay, why they do all the things? Because whenever new OS come up in this lab, okay, who give the IP to this OS? DSCP server will give to IP this OS. So everything guys, they will configure for you. You don't have to worry about this part, even though if you don't know, it's not at all important. They will do everything for you. The only thing that you have to tell here is, okay, because Google will get everything for you, but only thing that Google doesn't know about this network is, because future, whenever the new OS come up, this OS will need IP address. Which IP address you want to give? You want to give IP 10.0.1.1 or 192.168.1.2? Which IP you want to give? And not only one single OS come up, multiple OS we might launch in this lab. So you can tell, give the range of IP to your DC server, range of IP. And guys, in the networking world, if you want to give the range, something like this, for example, one OS come up, just give the IP 1.1. Second OS come up, give this IP. Third OS come up, this give IP. So you want to give this range. So in the networking world, if you know networking, otherwise I'll share some of basic video of the networking. Those who don't know about this IP and the range, you can learn from there. But the way we give the range is something like this: 0.1.0, sorry, 10.0.1.0/24. So this is the way we give the range. The first OS will have this IP, second have this IP, third have this IP. So that's what guys we have to do here. So I'm going to give the IP range. So 10.0.1.0/. You can give any range over here. So finally, guys, I am going to launch one building. This is called VPC network. In this building, I'm going to launch one lab called subnet. And entire networking setup that's called networking service, router, switches, tons of things is also there. Right? They will configure for you. Only thing, because this is my own lab, only thing that you have to tell over here is, in this lab, when the OS come up, which IP you have to give them. So I ask them, you give the IP in this range, 10.0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, something like this. That's why guys, your entire VPC has been created. You can create more labs here, more labs here. Okay, but we don't need this right now. So let me create this. So guys, one VPC is created. So this part, guys, has been done. This part, where it is? This part in the dev project has been done. Let's go to production project, and let's do one more same thing here. And what I did, I say Anybody who uses this lab, I will give IP of this range. And here guys, I'll tell, I will give the IP of different range, 0.2, different IP range I'll give here. Okay. So even though if you go down, you can see this VPC has been created. Okay. This part we have done. So let me guys switch myself to a different project. And let's say this project is managed by production team. And in production team guys, again, every project has a different network. I don't want to use, I will have to create my own. So again, go and create a VPC. Here. And guys, here I'm going to create a one VPC. So this is a VPC for production project. You can give any name. Like I say, one building I've created, creating here. Okay. Then we are going to create one lab. Let's say it's called lab number 2. According to diagram, this one I'm going to create. Okay. And the region, I would like to deploy this lab in the US region. Okay. So okay, so most probably they come in the US. So let's say US East 1, maybe some of the region they have. So this is one of the US region. An IP range, I would like to give 10.0. Different range I'm giving here, 2.0/24. Anybody don't know about this thing? It's called CIDR or prefix length. So you can think it is just like a range. Okay. So that's all guys, one more VPC has been created. Okay. And so right now guys, anybody who launched the OS in this lab, this OS, that particular OS will launch in US inside this building. It is something like this. Great. So two VPC I created. Okay. Now dev team, dev team will launch one OS here, and person team will launch one OS here. Okay. Let me do this. Okay. So for this, I'll go to my computer engine. You don't have to go again down. There's an option called pin. You can click on the pin. They automatically update in the top of the script. So you don't have to go down again and again. So they update here only. So I'll go to computer engine. And what you'll see, I'm into this project, and this first time I'm launching the OS. So click here. And I'm going to launch one OS here. Okay. So let's say this is OS, production OS. Okay. And here you tell in which region you want to launch. Because I want guys my OS to be launched in US. You to select here. I want my OS to be launched in US East 1, South Carolina. And which data center? B data center. Okay. So select here. Again, same RAM and CPU. I'm not changing anything. This part we already discussed. This OS I will launch using one CPU, this much RAM. Which image you want? Let's go for CentOS, or you can go for Windows also. But let me go for CentOS 7. So everything same. Only difference, guys, I would like to show you here is okay. If you go for management, there you go for there you can find an option called networking. Okay, and if you go up a little bit, there's an option called networking. Here you can select. Here you can select because you are in the production project. In this particular project. In this project, you have two VPC. One we already had, this called default, and one we created right now. You want to launch this OS in which VPC? So here I can select, okay, this OS, I'm going to connect, will have one network card. And this network card, guys, I will attach to this lab. So whatever this lab give me facility, networking, router, switches, connectivity, and further connectivity of private connectivity of Google internal link, right? I would like to achieve all this power. So what you have to do in the networking part, You can go down in the network interface part. By default, they selected default VPC. I have to change this. And here they give you option. I would like to launch this OS in the network called VPC project. And in this network, guys, I have only one lab. The one lab they launch. That's all, guys. There's a very straightforward way to do. So typically, I'm telling my OS that you have to launch this OS under this project. But project is just way to manage. Okay, but where you launch, I want you launch. I want you launch in a lab called typical called subnet called lab 2, or because you are launching in the subnet, so they will give the IP from this range, or because this subnet in this VPC. So what a benefit I will do in the future for this VPC you can achieve. One of the benefit is I would like to do VPC peer means I will connect two different data center of the Google for my projects. So all the benefit you can get here. Plus, what a firewall we attach to this VPC. Every VPC has their own firewalls. You can also get the power of that firewalls also. So whatever benefit we have for our building or VPC, you can achieve. This OS can achieve. That's the only thing we have to do. Let me create again. So finally, I launch my this OS in this VPC. Same thing I'm going to do for my day project for to launch one OS in their VPC. Okay. But if you notice that one very small thing, you can see the IP address. What do you get? This range. IP stuff on 10.0.2 because I asked them to have the IP in this range. So anybody who launch in my this lab, they will get IP of this range. Okay, this is one thing. Let me guys switch my project to developer. Let's say the here developer team is working. Developer team is working. Okay, and I'll again go to my VPC. Oh, sorry, no, we don't have to go for VPC. Okay, let me delete this OS. I don't want. This is the same VPC. OS we used. So this is a way, guys, to delete. Okay, and let me launch one more new OS. So I'm going to launch, guys, one more new OS here in the Dare project. Okay, so this is the OS for developer, guys. Again, in this OS I want to launch in Singapore. So select the region in the Singapore. I think this is the this one, and data center name in the Singapore region. Let's say A. Okay, so nothing special. Everything is same. But if you go down, okay, again, which boot disk you want? I'm just sticking the same CentOS 7. Select. But again, the main thing here is which network you want to connect, which lab you want to launch. So I connect here, and in the networking part, I'll say whenever this OS launch, they will have one network card. This is called NIC card. I want their network card to be attached to the lab called. I click here, lab called this one, this lab. So this OS will launch in this lab. According to my diagram, they launch here, lab 1. Lab 1. Okay, and by chance they lab in the Singapore, right? So finally they launch in the Singapore data center in one of the zone of the Singapore. Click. Okay, so this two OS, guys, we launch. Sorry, two OS we have launched. Now, interesting thing is, guys, because they launched two OS by chance. By chance, guys, whenever you launch the OS in the cloud, normally OS, especially in the cloud, they give you two different IP address. One is public and one is private. Two IP they give. Public they give you, public they give you for the real world, for the clients. Anybody in the internet, anybody in the internet want to connect to this OS, they have to use your public IP. But only challenge, guys, in the public, they have to use a public network that is not fast or secure. Private, they give the OS for multiple reasons. One of the reason is if you have two OS running, okay, this OS also have private IP, and this also have public IP. Especially I'm talking about the cloud world. Okay, private they give you, especially if one OS in the same cloud want to communicate with other OS. So if this OS want to communicate, there's multiple reasons why we would like to communicate. One of the reason would be I have some data here. I would have to transfer this data here. Or maybe other reason, maybe this system running the database server as a backend, or this system running with the front end with some web application. So I want this web application connect to this database. And this because very critical data, very critical data. You can think, guys, this web application is your Facebook, your front end when you guys access, right? So whenever you access your Facebook, okay, Facebook, if I exit from here, so this is front end. So technically, you are connecting. You are technically we are here, and using the public IP of Facebook, we have connected to this OS, and this OS web application Facebook running. But guys, whenever Facebook pick this data, this image come up, this data come up, they are picking this data from a different server, and they're showing here. Okay, so that different server may be this OS we're running the database. So if this Facebook front end want to connect and retrieve the data from this database, so they can use their private channel. They don't have to go via internet and through the internet just go and connect this thing, because it is unsecure plus very slow also. So they can use the private private network because they're private. So if Facebook application is trying to connect to a database, they have to pass the login and password. Nobody can break from outside world. Plus they are private, so they have their own private link that's super fast in the terms of speed, plus some more benefit they also achieve. Okay, so now finally, guys, my point is here, whenever any company launch any application, all right, one application need multiple OS. Maybe they're running with the front end, maybe running PHP, HTML, maybe backend with databases, message queue, other microservices. I don't know the way you create the architect, multiple things you want. Okay, but if you want if you want every OS can connect each other with the private channel, there you can use private IP. Otherwise there's some more other reason also to use. So let's come to a main topic. What I'm going to tell, guys, finally try to explain you in this particular example is, okay, there's two OS we launch. Every OS we have two IP address. Anybody would connect to this OS, okay, outside world, using public network that is not secure, they can use this. But okay, but if you think this is the one OS having right now IP of this OS is, let me write here, that is running in my dev project, it's 10.1.0.2, and we have one IP maybe here 10.2. maybe 2 or something, I don't know. Okay, I want this OS, rather than go to public world, they use the private network of the Google. How we can do? Okay, to try to, guys, let me try to show you. Okay, so if I open, guys, I'm in the dev project. Let me connect to this OS first, just to check the further connectivity. Let me open this OS. Guys, if you see here, last time, guys, there is no warning come up when you connect. But this time, guys, they keep on connecting, and they say there's some firewall issues here. They will fail finally. They will fail. Okay, why? Because right now, this OS I launched in my personal lab. And my personal lab is created in my personal building called VPC. And every building or every lab has their own personal firewall. Okay. So in this way, guys, because from outside world, I'm trying to connect to this OS. Okay, to the OS via SSH. So right now, guys, because this is a personal building, so firewall is not configured to allow SSH. So it will fail finally. See here, they fail. You're not able to connect to the machine using SSH. And guys, SSH work by chance on the port number 22. Last time it won't happen because I used default VPC. They have everything configured from the GCP. Okay, but normally we don't suggest to use default because they're not properly configured according to a requirement. So what I'm going to do, again, go to my VPC, or one more way you can do, you can connect on the network card. You automatically landed to guys VPC here. Okay, and guys, this network card is associated with this VPC. Okay, let me type here. Guys, I just need 10 more minutes, then we conclude today's class. this is going to be coming in the 5 or 10 minute maximum. Okay, so this network card is attached to my OS, and this network card is belong to this lab inside this VPC, this building in in Singapore. Okay, and right now if you see the firewall rule is been attached, there is nothing, right? There is no firewall. And guys, there is nothing, it means everything is denied. You can't able to ping also. If you try to ping this guy, you can't able to ping also. There is no firewall. It means by default everything is denied. So you have to create a firewall rule. How? There is a firewall here. So you click on the firewall. Okay, and you have to create a firewall. Okay, but for this, let me first go to VPC. 1 minute. I'll go to VPC. I think from there makes more sense. So for my VPC, this guy VPC is because my plan is to create a firewall for my VPC because my VPC has a different building altogether. They have their own personal lab. So I want they will have their own personal firewall. I want they have their own personal firewall. Okay, so I go to VPC of mine. See here this VPC, and here you can see they have their own firewall rules. I click here, and right now there is no firewall. That is the reason I won't able to connect from outside world. Okay, so I have to create the firewall very quickly. Add the rule, and to guys make it simple and faster, what I'm going to do, VPC my VPC firewall. What I'm going to do, I am going to allow everything, right, to make it simple. So anybody come in from any of the OS to any of the OS for anywhere in the world, okay, allow all. It's no good practice, but I don't want to focus more on the firewall here. Okay, but those who know firewall, they understand they can create some customized rule. So this training is not about the firewall and the securities. Okay, this rule means allow anything, allow ping, allow SSH, allow HTTP, everything allow. Great. So in my VPC, because I use my custom VPC, my building, I have my own firewall, and for this firewall allow anybody come in either from private world, anybody come in either from public world, allow all. That's how I created. Okay, now if I go to my my instance again, okay, even though if you try to ping this IP, last time if you tried to ping this IP, it won't work, but I think it should ping. Yeah, it should ping, right, because of the firewall. Okay, plus you can do SSS also. Last time it failed, but it will work for us. Okay, so I can connect. There is no error come up. Similarly, one more thing I'm doing for this VPC also, because here I create my own VPC, so their firewall won't allow. So let me create their personal firewall and tell to allow everything for this one also, right? So it's connected, no challenge. Okay, I'll go to this particular project. In this project, guys, we are running with this OS, but right now this OS attached to one firewall that is not allowing anything. How can I confirm? If I try to ping this IP from my laptop, I can't ping. I believe. See here, it's not pinging. Why? Because this OS is attached to one network card, and this network card is attached to this VPC. And in this VPC, I click, has no firewall rule, has no rule. So here, no rule. So again, let me create the same rule, my firewall. Just give some name. And again, I'm allowing everything for this network, allow all the instance running in my building. So any of the OS run in my building, any of the lab, allow to connect anywhere from outside world. We can also custom a lot of things here, but to make it very fast and simple, I'll write the rule in this way and allow all. As soon as I allow, anybody from anywhere in the world that can connect this. Now guys, here, pinging start. Okay, so 2 OS guys we launch. Now let's go for main practical. Okay, if I go to my guys, this is the last practical of 5 minutes only. This OS guys has 2 IP addresses. Okay, this is very, very powerful practical, very simple but very powerful. Okay, this OS has 2 IP. One is public IP, called external. One is internal IP. Right, internal IP. Right, public IP means anybody in the world can connect this. You guys also try to ping right now, it will work. You guys also try to SSH, you can connect with SSH. Only obviously you need my password or key, but you can connect. And this IP is running web server, you can connect from outside the world. I show you already. Okay, but this internal IP is a private IP. What is a big difference, right? If anybody use this IP, they will go via public network. It's called internet. Or anybody who connect my private IP, they will use the Google internet network, internal private network. And guys, this network you can't use actually behind the scene. Right now, you and me, both of the guys are running in the public world. Right now, I'm using my internet service provider of my telecom. Okay, but anybody in the Google network who are inside the Google cloud, okay, they can use this IP. They can use this IP, okay, to connect. If they use the IP, they can get the power of the Google private fiber optic network connections with the full speed and other security also you can achieve. Okay, let me show you. So right now, guys, this is the OS. This OS is running in my dev environment. Okay, and this OS is running the production. From dev environment, guys, I can use public network. For example, from here, if I try to ping 34.73.254.37, I can ping. It's working good, right? No challenge. So one OS, this OS is running in US. And this OS where I am in Singapore. So from Singapore, I have a US connectivity. Or even though in this OS, if any database we have, we can connect, any data to transfer, we can do it. But only challenge is we are using public IP here. Or because we are using public IP, everything, if you guys connect to a database, so you have to pass your database login and password from here. Maybe we can use encryption, but it's going through internet. Maybe some bug come in that encryption. Maybe in the future, anybody can break my password and get access to my main database. Or maybe you are the bank, you can think it's so critical, guys, to if your password break. Okay, so I don't want to go via public internet. Here I would like to use my private. Okay, let's guys try to ping with private. Can I ping? So 10.0.2.2. This is the IP of this guy. Understand the guys, this screen is the production running in US. This is in dev. The dev guys we launch in Singapore. So can I connect my Singapore OS to the US OS using the private IP? Means if you use the private IP, it means they're using the Google internet internal private network. Can I use? No, we can't. And guys, this connectivity is not because of the firewall, because in the firewall I allow everything. So there's no challenge of the firewall. Okay, there's no challenge of the firewall. The challenge is right now this complete network building is managed by these guys, dev guys, and this building is managed by production, guys. Second thing is, okay, this OS are launched in a different building altogether, VPC, and this OS is launched in the different VPC altogether. Maybe both the buildings or OS are running inside the Google Cloud, but the building is different. VPC is different. And if you want one OS or one VPC want to connect with the other OS or other VPC, then you have to connect these two VPC. And if you connect two VPC, it's called VPC peering. Peering. So you have to do a VPC peering. After do VPC peering, you can see it will ping me. Okay. Even though let me tell one very quick command here. If on an ifconfig command, this OS have IP this one, and I'm trying to ping this IP. Because big thing is not small thing, guys. This IP is there in the Singapore data center, and this IP is a private IP, is in the US, and two private IP, guys, we are connecting each other right across the globe without using public network, public internet. Maybe, guys, till now you use Google search engine, Gmail, Facebook, Twitter, everything is going via public, but this time we are going via private. Private. It's not working, guys. Here and keep on running, it failed. So we have to do VPC peering. How? It's pretty simple to do. Okay. So for this, right now I'm in the production environment. You have to go to VPC. VPC. Let me again pin this guy on the top. Okay. VPC. And VPC, guys, if you see here, there is an option called network peering. Peering here. And if you see here, there is nothing is peering. Nothing is peering. But here they say you want to connect privately between two VPC, where you can reduce the latency, means delay, increase security. Obviously, I want. Typically, they are trying to say you are going to utilize the Google network, Google network, where you're using for Google search, same network you're going to use. Do you want to use this? I say yes, I want to use this. Just go and create this here. Just go and create. Okay, and here, guys, they ask you, right? Just continue. Okay, what they're asking, just let me tell you in a minute. Connect, continue. Just give a peering name. Let's say right now I'm into the prod, so I'll say prod peering. Just give any name. And now here they ask you, do you want to peer VPC in the same project or other project? So right now I'm the prod, right? But I would like to connect the VPC belongs to different project managed by different team. So I say, no, I'm in the other project. Which project? Like again, here you give the project ID. Project ID. Because I know the project ID of my dev team. So let me copy from here. So project ID. Okay, but in this one project, guys, you can create multiple buildings, multiple VPC. Which VPC you want to connect? So I would like to connect this VPC that we have created. You have to get the VPC name. So for this, what I'm going to do, let me go to dev, or rather than copy this, open one more terminal. So let me go to dev, and the dev, guys, we have created one VPC. And the name we have given is this one. You might have multiple VPC, right? You write here. So I asked this guy in my production that okay, there's one project called dev managed by different team. Maybe they have multiple different network. This is one of the network they have. Okay, I want you pair with this. But what is your VPC name? I am production. You also have multiple VPC, right? So I want to pair with this VPC, the VPC I have. So typically, this diagram, guys, is exactly the diagram that I explained you. Let me again show you. So I ask that I would like to connect this VPC to this VPC. Okay, this one. I would have to connect this VPC to this VPC. Because this VPC in the dev, so right here in the dev. And because this VPC is in the port, so in the top you can see we are on the port. That's all, guys. It's pretty simple to do VPC peering. Let's see what happened. So internally, guys, you are sending the signal to Google Cloud and ask them. There's two different data center you have, just connect with each other. So internally, guys, if you know networking, they create some tunnels, they create some routing tables. So everything they will do for you, exchange route, so you don't have to do anything here. Okay, if you see here, they are inactive. Why? Because think in this way, guys. Right, some of the pro team say, I would like to connect with you. Obviously you have to also ask this guy also that do you want to connect also. So you should have both the side connected, right? Both the side you have to peer. Allow both the side. That means they have to configure both the side. You again go to dev also, and these guys also have approved that anybody from the pro team from this network, they want to connect to this network, allow this. So for this, right, this should be inactive till till you can create same thing in the dev also. Right now in the prod, but if you go to dev, the dev, you have to do again VPC peering this side also. Same thing. You want to continue? Yes. So I'm a dev peering. I would like to connect my network. I also want to connect my network to prod guy network. This one. Okay. That is another project. Another project, the project ID I can get from here. There's the ID for the project, different project managed by different team maybe. And this guy have multiple VPC. So in the prod, they have VPC called this one. This VPC I want to use. Or you can get the VPC name from here also. Use. That's all, guys. Same thing, just in reverse we have done. Okay, that's all, guys, is done. But guys, as soon as connect, it will active. And as soon as active, guys, right now, guys, you can see ping is still stopped. Ping is not working, right? Okay, because from my OS from Singapore, I'm trying to connect one of the OS of US in the private world. Maybe multiple use case. I told you this may be a front end website of Facebook. This may be backend database of the Facebook, or this may be your front end site of bank. Your database may be located in the Singapore. You are in the US, or maybe any other case, right? We don't know. Right? But I want my data transfer between these two sites or two OS would be super fast and super secure with the power of Google security and the Google performance. So I click here. I'll click here, and you see, guys, as soon as the peering complete, you will see ping again automatically starts. Only thing is you should have firewall enabled. Firewall we already allowed, so they won't challenge or firewall come in play. It takes some seconds maybe. Okay, see here, guys, starts, right? It starts. Fantastic. Perfectly start. Look like very simple. It's pinging happening, but it's no simple thing, guys. Behind the scene, lots of high-end setup has been configured. Okay, we connected two different OS of two different sites. The pairing is never right. Even though if you come here, like last time it was inactive, but if I refresh my page, it is happening. It is working fine. It's active, right? And finally, if you go to our this particular diagram, where was the diagram? I don't know. So initially, guys, I show you one diagram. Google compute platform, Google cloud infrastructure network, something like this. So it is actually happening, you know what? In very simple term, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I always write. It's Google. So guys, this diagram I'll show you today. Okay. You know what finally we achieve? We achieve this one. Okay. So if I show you one more time very quickly here by this diagram. Okay. We launch one OS here. and we launch one OS here. And this OS, we have done this connectivity, this connectivity, this connectivity. Okay, and this packets, guys, is going via these wires, something the depend, guys, how they connected. These wire, and they are the fiber optic cables or the network of submarines or of the Google, right? So that's power we achieve. And if you try to download something, right, same thing, if you download from the public IP or same thing you download from here, you can see the difference, huge difference, guys, you see in the network connectivity. Even though you might have took one great plan from your ISP of 10 Mbps, 100 Mbps, even though you can see the great difference in the downloading speed, uploading speed, plus security also. That's what I have done. So guys, multiple concepts I explain you. I'll try my best today to explain the thing from very zero. Even though I can't go very basics, right? Even though I consider you are good, new in the cloud computing, so I start with the cloud computing, some of the concept like cloud computing as a services. Then we moved how to enable create a GCP account. I explained some of the core concept of GCP like projects. Then I explained you Google compute engine, then VPC, and some advanced concept like peering, something like this. So these much concept, guys, I have discussed. Some of the demo I show you from CLI also, plus some more basic concept I have discussed, especially here. If I have learned some other things also. Okay, so guys, that would be enough for today. Yeah, anybody who unable to create the account, my team has shared or will share some alternative way to support you guys to create the GCP account. Try to create this infrastructure. And guys, tomorrow we are going to use this infrastructure to some demo of Kubernetes. It's called Google Kubernetes engine, or maybe Google App Engine. Google App Engine, we'll see, or maybe some more if you need SQL or other things also, we'll see tomorrow. Okay, but I do practical till here. Maybe some more command from the command line I'll show you tomorrow. Okay, so that's it from my side, guys. Any query if you have, I'll try to, guys, touch my best as much as hands-on we can do. But any query if you have, you can ask me. I know the session goal will be 1 hour longer. Completion time would be 1:30, but it's good, right, for you. It's workshop is longer, you learn more new things, right? So any query if you have, guys, you can ask me in the Q&A. There's a Q&A over here. You can you can put your query there. Yes, Shubham, same process you can use for Windows. Only difference would be instead of SSH, you can use RDP as a protocol. Otherwise, then network wise, VPC wise, peering wise, everything is same. There is no difference. What is major difference in Google and Amazon? I'll try, Darshan, I can cover maybe tomorrow. But my main focus area to cover some of the core concept of GCP. Tomorrow, if I get the time, I definitely took some difference between the Google Amazon. Service wise, actually they are same. Terminology might be different, and some of the feature might be different. For example, one simple difference you might see a cloud shell. Okay, maybe some more difference we have, we will definitely discuss maybe tomorrow if we get the time. Yes, Nikhil, we have a real-time data storage also in the GCP. We have services in the GCP. Pankaj, might be possible to discuss the big data service like data proc service they have. So we can't able to discuss data proc or machine learning here. Somebody, guys, ask me here because we are attaching the VPC. So why we have to tell here means what I'm talking about. So when you launch your OS, okay, because we launch the OS always in the VPC, right? Okay, so while launching the OS, why they ask me here again? What I'm talking about, somebody asked me this question, is again very relevant question over here. So because I'm going to launch this OS in one of the data center or one of the VPC, I say, So why they again ask me? Here they ask me because because in the VPC you can only decide which which region you want to launch, but they don't give you a capability. They won't ask you which zone you want to launch. So here the main requirement is to tell my OS that in the London I want to launch in this data center. Plus in London there might be multiple VPC. Which VPC you want to use? Because VPC come with VPC peering, VPC come with VPC firewalls, and some other facility also. So maybe in the London you might have multiple multiple VPC. So this OS I want to launch in London only, in this data center only. But in London, which VPC you want to use? That's the reason that again here here also they ask you which VPC you want. Thank you, and Nisa, very much. All the document, all the document, all the diagram I created today, I will put guys everything in the Google Drive. And if you want to take as a small homework from my side, or from my side, so just try to create the same network that I did. It's called VPC peering. So create your VPC peering, launch to OS, and use a private address to do a connectivity. Devraj, you can also use HTTPS also, right? In HTTPS, Google won't help you. So when you create your own server, you have to enable you have to enable you have to enable your HTTPS in your web server. So Mukesh, the major use case of the VPC is the the security plus the latency. These are two major use cases for the VPC. Plus the very quick example I explained you about Facebook. If you want that one of the internal data center is running in one of the country, you don't want to expose to the real world, or you have front end side running in the multiple different data center, okay, and they would like and you want to expose only front end. But data center, sorry, your back end, you like a database, it will be in some of the data center you don't want to expose. So you can use VPC peering. So there's some compliance reasons. Some companies say I won't allow to connect to put my data base in other country, right? So you can put that database in that country, store your data there. Okay, and front end would be in multiple different VPC in multiple different countries and region also. This is again one more great use case for VPC peering. Very interesting list. Yes, definitely, Pankaj. I will try to take one class on big data also. Yes, Vidhan, you can connect VPC server from Putty also for this. For this, maybe I'll try to talk tomorrow how to connect from Putty also. So from your laptop also you can connect, but how I'll show you maybe tomorrow. Shivam, for adding the firewall, running the OS is not important. You can add the firewall even though OS is shut down, because firewall is a different component here altogether. Okay, so you can you can add the firewall, maybe OS running or it is not running. Yes, current peer will have more than two multiple VPC we can do. Normally peer we can do between two VPC only, but let's say you have three sites. One is A is one VPC, one is B is one VPC, and one is C one VPC. You can pair with these guys. We can pair with these guys. We can pair with these guys. So this kind of pairing we can do. Okay. Okay, so we can do, but yeah, one peer I can't kind of multiple things. So every different VPC you have to create different peers. Yes, Sachin. Anybody who know Terraform, so you can launch everything from the Terraform code. You can write your Terraform code to launch everything. You can also deeply, you can also integrate with the Jenkins also. So Jenkins also have a plugins to for GCP, so you can run the job. It will go and contact to some of the resources of the GCP, and you can run your task there, or maybe you can launch Jenkins inside the GCP also. That depends, guys. What can you do? Kastub, sorry. What is Kubernetes? We will discuss tomorrow, guys. So tomorrow you understand the use case of Kubernetes. Ayushi, how to connect this VPC? Typically, we do VPC peering, but internally, if you are trying to understand, so internally they create some root in their routers. So Google will do behind the scene, but if you try to understand what they do, so they have the router, both the VPC side in the both the data center, they create some rules for us. Okay, so it will work like this, but even though it won't visible for us, but they will do in this way, right? So, but don't worry, guys. Anybody who won't able to understand peering, very quick. Again, overview I will discuss tomorrow. But try it. Maybe if you try, you will see it won't be big challenge. It will be very easily been created. I think typically, if you go to GCP or AWS Azure, almost every services maybe different name, different way we configure, but final use case same. So almost the same. But if you want to have a quick difference between GCP and AWS, I will try to talk some part tomorrow. Okay. No, Vask, you can't use VPC pairing to connect on premises VM, but in GCP we have a way. So if you have your own personal data center and you are running your own virtual machines or servers, so you can connect your on premises VM to the cloud instances. So they have a service called interconnect. Okay, GCP interconnect. So GCP interconnect is one great service. So your internal VMs of your data center, it's called on premises, you can connect to the cloud, right? Again, these are very a lot of great use cases we can solve with interconnect services. So yes, Gautam, I will so share all of my this print file. So everything I will share, guys, in your Google Drive. So I believe, guys, almost I have hundreds and questions over here. I'll try to pick as much as can. But I think I believe after you go through this demo, almost all the major questions what you're asking me right now, it will be solved, and some of the questions maybe we will discuss tomorrow. Okay. Right now, Rakesh, I'm not going for internal of the VPC. Again, it take 2 or 3 at least class to discuss more about the VPC, where we discover net gateway or other things also, right? I'm not going for this part. I'm trying to show you some of the possibility in the VPC on the Google Compute Engine. So you get at least got the idea and the flavor. What can you do? Celeste data proc won't be possible because for explain data proc first I have to explain the Hadoop and the Spark, right? So not everybody from the big data world. Okay, so it won't be possible to explain the data proc in this particular workshop. Yes, iOS, you can check when you launch the OS, they show you there. They show you there where your OS been launched. Okay, so if you go in the portal, they show you your OS has been launched, where it is. So go to instances, they show you the OS has been launched in which data center. Here they show you they launch in US East B1, and this US East B1 is your If you go to Google document, they tell you this zone is running in US. I think South Carolina, they're running somewhere. No, I use SLNS doesn't impact your firewall. Firewall is a different security. SLNS is a different program. SLNS as such never impact your firewall. Other thing maybe we might discuss tomorrow why AWS has a more market rather than GCP, right? So we might discuss tomorrow. Sitish, if your if your card is not working, so my team has some solution for you. Go to their WhatsApp group. We have shared or maybe share soon. Without your credit card and debit card, you can also create the account. So we arrange some credits for you guys, so you can practice here. I suggest guys only use because we have some limited access for this. So anybody who won't able to create the account, so I suggest only those guys can use this part. Yes, Naresh, you can use RDP to connect, right? RDP. So as soon as you launch your Windows, they will give you to connect via RDP. And when you go for connect for RDP, they will automatically download and give the RDP file through which you can connect. If you want to connect with the Windows flavor. No, Shivam, we won't discuss machine learning, but here they have very powerful products. Google platform is very, very much famous for the machine learning products, right? So very powerful to manage your machine learning services here. So a lot of machine learning related programs they have right here, AI and machine learning. So very powerful, right? But here in this training, we are not going to discuss, right? Because this training guys is a core training to explain you or to enable you in the GCP cloud. Yes, seriously, tomorrow I will give you one task. Okay, to successfully complete this workshop, you have to attend both the classes today and tomorrow, and you have to complete this task. And task will be related to whatever I'm explaining to you. Okay, so after you guys complete the task, you are eligible to have the certificate for this workshop. Yes, Dharminder, I also tried to take one workshop on Red Hat Satellite, but very limited market in the market know about Red Hat Satellite, right? So maybe let's see. But it's very great product, no doubt. Tomorrow, guys, my main plan is to cover Kubernetes plus the app engine. Okay, if we got the time, guys, I will definitely discuss some more things about machine learning, maybe maybe a difference between AWS. But let's cover two main topic tomorrow. So Rahul, there is no meaning of silos in the data center. Silos means very different things. It's just a way to manage multiple different projects, right? So everywhere you can see silos. It's not related to data center only. Okay, silos is a way to manage multiple environment isolated with the kind of isolation, right? Yes, Sandeep, we soon launch a global Kubernetes program in Linux world. It's called CKA. Okay, so we'll update you guys if you want to go for Kubernetes purely. Yes, Fagoni, you can launch Django project also. Any project, maybe Django, Flask, WordPress, any language you can launch there because you need OS, right? And GCP provided the OS to you. And the top of the OS, you can launch any other projects. Balvinder, I use incognito because I have to log in with other Gmail account. My main Chrome already log in from main account, right? So you don't have to use incognito. Okay, I have multiple Google account, so I use incognito to log into a new account. Naresh, normally Linux they give you they won't give you the GUI of the Linux. So if you want to work on the Linux, especially in any of the cloud computing, you have to use CLI, CLI of the Linux. Yes, John, you can you can automate everything. So you can use Terraform to create the VPC and launch the OS. Then you can use Ansible. They will log into this OS with this SS key. I show you guys how to get the SSS key, and and you can use Ansible to configure it, right? So you can use Ansible and Terraform skills if you know to automate everything. Okay. Yes, Karthik, GCP Cloud is a IaaS, infrastructure as a service, because it gives you complete infrastructure of RAM, CPU, hard disk, network, router, switches. So your GCP Cloud come into the category of infrastructure as a as a service. But what is PaaS, we will discuss tomorrow when I go for GAE service. Is for having the multi-cloud knowledge will help you always, right? So if you have knowledge of AWS or Azure or cloud, it will help you in interviewing in the cloud interviews. No, Mahima, peering is not the Google Accelerator. Sorry, Global Accelerator. Okay, normally Global Accelerator is one of the service in AWS for different region, different purpose. Okay, but also if you go to AWS also cloud, they also have a concept of VPC peering. So if you do VPC, you have. So VPC like two different building, and if you want to connect these two buildings or two VPC, right, then we have to use VPC peering. So both all the VPC guys is isolated, but if you want to connect the VPC, then you have to do VPC peering. So same concept in AWS also we have, but Global Accelerator is a different concept altogether. And Dhruvesh, it won't auto bill after 90 days. Okay, or maybe after 90 days you can deactivate your account also. Okay, you you have to, they will ask you to enable, but I suggest just keep on watching your billing account, and maybe after 90 days, if you don't want to use, just deactivate your account. And guys, please, after after you use, terminate all the resources, right? Whatever you use, terminate everything. Okay, otherwise every hourly they charge or maybe after some days, uh, your complete $300 been exhausted. So that's all guys, for for today. I'll try to touch as much as query or plus as much as concept I can do in the workshop. Maybe some of the concept might be advanced, some of the concepts I explain from very basics. So just to try to give a flavor to everybody who are new in the cloud plus who are who are know a lot of things in the cloud, right? So I'll try to manage in this way, right? That's all for today guys, and see you guys tomorrow same timing at 9:30 and some more very interesting new concept we are going to discuss tomorrow guys. Bye, good day, take care, see you.